Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Great to be with you on a Tuesday. Sun's out and shining here in Detroit. The sun did indeed come up yesterday and today, following Sunday's Lions loss. And look, it was ugly. It was absolutely ugly. Dan Campbell joined the morning show, asked some very pointed questions about, how this thing gets better. What do you do to emphasize, or what do you need to emphasize to get the run game going was one of the questions, because they did not run the ball effectively at all. Here's what Dan Campbell had to say. So Minnesota last night averages 4.6 yards per carry against the Bears. The one running back, Jordan Mason, was way more effective than Aaron Jones. Jordan Mason was at 4.5 yards a carry, which is pretty damn good. Aaron Jones struggled. Those totals were helped by J.J. McCarthy's 2 runs of 14 and 11 yards. I thought it was interesting when he said that everyone is mad about it, because that strikes me that there have been some conversations about the run game. That strikes me that they're inside that building in team meetings. There's been some venting about the run game. I mean, I would imagine that is something that has to and will get better next week.
There's no question. The offense is predicated on being able to run the football, because if you're able to run the football, it opens up everything else. Yes, they have talented wide receivers without question, but everything's about the offensive line. And what makes Jared Goff, it's not the one thing, but what he does really well, play action passing. Mm-hmm. He's outstanding at it, but you can't, have success with that if you're not able to run the ball in the first place to keep other teams honest.
All right, one more here from Dan Campbell. Should you have played the young guards in the preseason? Okay, look at the struggles they're having up front. Makes you wonder, is this something he will reevaluate the philosophy? We found it really interesting, if you missed it yesterday, that the bottom 3 offensive outputs for 60 minutes of football were game 1, game 2, and game 3 last year, 20, 16, and 20 points. After week 3, they really got the offense humming and ended up being the top scoring offense in the NFL. So you start the next season and the offense puts up 13 in the opener. Okay, there's a pattern here, perhaps developing. But anyway, as far as whether or not they should have played specifically the young guards, here's what Dan Campbell had to say.
I think it was kind of a surprising answer.
I was surprised too, and I love it.
I think people are kind of like, whoa, he actually said that. But, I mean, initially when he answers the question, he said, do you mean starters? As if to say, you want us to play the starters in the preseason?
The part that you didn't hear.
Yeah. And then they clarified, said, well, no, the rookies. And he said, okay. And then specifically with Mahogany in there too. I think it's refreshing to hear that. And it's something that I agree with. When you have rookies, I think rookies need to play. As far as the start is concerned, you don't have to worry about that. But these rookies happen at, well, I include Mahogany as a rookie, and he's not. But these are guys that have no experience or very little experience in starting. So, yes, I've always been an advocate of that when it comes to rookie players, that they should play some, and they did play some. But he's admitting they should play more. They should have played more.
Well, maybe. He's admitting that they're thinking about it, and
Tyreek Williams, there was another one on the other side of the ball. He needs to get reps, right?
Did they exactly have a ton of rookies that were breaking in last year? Because they got off to a slow start offensively last year, too.
They had nothing offensively rookie-wise. I mean, they had Sione Vaki, who got plenty of play in the preseason. And on defense, it was Terry and Arnold, and they had Ennis Rakestraw, who was basically hurt right away, right?
Yeah.
So you didn't see a whole lot of it on the defensive side.
Well, if that's the case, then I'm not sure that playing the rookies more. I mean, I guess it would have helped this year potentially with those two. But I like that he's looking in the mirror. Yeah. Most teams don't play their starters for much more than 3 or 4 series in the preseason. If that, is 3 or 4 series of preseason football really going to take a football team 3 weeks to get it up and running? I would argue no.
Well, success leaves you clues, Doug. Just a call we got yesterday. But I mean, to that point was, Andy Reid does play starters for a little bit in the preseason. Every coach does it differently. I'd have to look back and see if Nick Sirianni, how did he handle things with his Super Bowl team? Did Jalen Hurts and Saquon Barkley play in the preseason? I don't know. I'd have to look back and see that. But there were a number of teams that didn't play their starters, and the Lions are one of them. It's a philosophy you go through. But with rookies, I think it is a different thing altogether, depending on what position that rookie is going to play. In some ways, like if you've got a rookie quarterback, I imagine in some ways you want to see that guy play. And then there's probably part of you that says, well, I don't want to show any film whatsoever on my rookie who's going to start the season at quarterback. But again, that's a different position, and we haven't had to see that here with the Lions.
Let's go to your phone calls. Russ in Tecumseh. Hi, Russ.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
I heard the interview with Jared Goff this morning, and he sounds like a really nice guy, very, very educated, soft-spoken. But when he gets into trouble back there, he don't know what to do. He don't know if he either throws an interception or throws it way, way far away or gets sacked. And I said it from the day he got here. Detroit will never win a Super Bowl with Jared Goff. Sorry to say that, but he just doesn't have the killer instinct that this new breed of quarterbacks that are coming into the league.
What's the new breed got? Like what?
They got legs, baby. They got legs. They got feet. They got knowledge. They know how they can run. I mean, when you're need 9 and you throw a 6-yard pass, it's SOL. That's SOL. Same old Lions. Yeah. Need 9, throw a 6.
How'd they end up with the top scoring offense in the NFL last year?
Huh?
How, with Jared Goff at quarterback, did they end up with the top scoring offense in the NFL?
Jamar Gibbs, J-Mo, Laporta. That's how they did.
So he got the ball to their weapons.
He got the ball to their weapons. Yes, he did.
So he did the job he's supposed to do. Right?
Okay. Look,
so that's guy that values the mobile quarterback.
If you are if you think that the number one skill set that a quarterback needs to be successful in the NFL in 2025 is mobility, okay, then you will not be a Jared Goff fan. If you think that it is a requirement to win the Super Bowl, then you will not be a Jared Goff fan. I don't think either of those things are true. There are so many different ways you can win. And Jared Goff, the skill set that he has, that most mimics what I think is the greatest quarterback ever to play the game in the NFL. Most. He's not Tom Brady. Let me be clear. But Tom Brady and Jared Goff process information quickly and act upon it quickly. I think, and that's not to say, but I think that is the strength, was the biggest strength of Tom Brady, and I think it's the biggest strength of Jared Goff. Brady's the GOAT. So, but what Goff doesn't appeal to Russ.
All right. Well, then he'll miss out. Jared Goff's thrown for more yards and more touchdown passes in the last 3 years leading up to this season than any quarterback in football. That includes Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Now, is he mobile? Oh, no, he's not. He's not, but that's why you have all those players around him to make plays, because he knows where the ball has to go and he gets it there on time. He didn't on Sunday. I don't think he had time to get the ball to players on time. There was a lot of checkdowns.
Mess, okay?
Yeah.
It was a mess.
It was a mess, and he was 31 of 39. And a lot of checkdowns.
Yeah, a lot of checkdowns.
And he did throw the interception.
I mean, I guess you just take this call until they win it all. And if they never do, you can go. It's so easy to blame one person. Like, I probably blame Matthew Stafford, who wasn't mobile and won a Super Bowl a couple years ago, right? I mean, you know, if you think mobility is it, and this happens a lot in sports talk and analysis, there's one thing that prevents you from doing it, and you just focus on the one thing. And I'm like, well.
And then you watch the game last night, but you see two quarterbacks that are clearly mobile. They're both in their second year in the league. You know, J.J. McCarthy finally getting a chance to play because he missed all of last year. But I get it.
It's also, by the way, it's also a very safe position to take. They'll never win a Super Bowl with this guy. Well, and the reason it's safe is because you're basically saying, I'll take the field every year.
Now, I'll say this, though. I love Jared Goff, and I don't quite. I think he can absolutely win a Super Bowl with the Detroit Lions. But he might be a little bit of a dinosaur. How many quarterbacks in the National Football League don't have that skill set of being able to maneuver through the pocket and make plays with their feet?
That's a good question. I mean,
I don't think there are.
I'd have to go back, and you'd have to go through team by team. But it's the mobile quarterback is a bigger factor now than it's ever been before. But you have to build offenses differently if you don't have a mobile quarterback.
And again, I think they can win with him, but I'm just saying you
there
start
are more
looking
and more
at
mobile quarterbacks than there've ever been before, yes. Hey, FanDuel's getting you ready to kick off this season with an offer you don't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. Okay, so this isn't super complicated. I went through the point spreads, but I'm trying to get you at $300. So Texas might be the team to play. Just bet them on the money line. Let me see how much $5 will get you on the money line. If you're a new customer, $5 in Texas. Oh, no, that's to cover. My bad. On the money line, it's not going to get you much at all. In fact, they won't let you bet the money line. Never mind, because they're such a heavy favorite. There will be heavy favorites you can bet on the money line and turn around and get your $300 in bonus bets, and then you can play with that whatever you want. That is my suggestion, so get the FanDuel app so you can take advantage of this great offer. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. New customers only. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Goff did go to a Super Bowl. A mobile Jared Goff did go. A mobile Matt Stafford won one.
There might be 8 to 10 quarterbacks in the NFL that you would label as not mobile quarterbacks.
They might all be more mobile than Goff.
Yeah, Goff might be the most immobile quarterback in the NFL. But out of those quarterbacks that aren't all that mobile, boy, there's a lot of guys that have played for Super Bowls and won Super Bowls.
Yep.
Goff has played for a Super Bowl. Stafford's won one. Joe Flacco's won it. Aaron Rodgers has won it. Just breezing through it.
And again, you could say all these guys are more mobile than Goff, but whatever. I'm not. He's got a criteria. It doesn't fit what the Lions have. He doesn't think they have a chance. Okay.
It's a skill set that has certainly changed. I don't think he's when I said he might be a dinosaur. He might be one of the last of these guys that you draft, and Michael Penix might be that now with the Falcons drafting quarterbacks. I mean, everything's changed in college. Things have changed in high school. You don't see the pure pocket passer as much as you used to.
Let's go to Zach in Ann Arbor. You're on 97.1. Hi, Zach.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Good. I think from listening this morning and over the last few days, the thing that's been most disappointing is hearing how soft our fans are. Listen, there's a dose of reality that I think we all had to take on Sunday, which is we might not be where we were. Clearly. But I think one thing that is very disappointing is this idea that, someone comes on and says that we can't win with Goff. What did Goff do wrong? 31 out of 39, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, a lot of check down, but he was also dealing with a non-existent front line. It wasn't there. O-line wasn't there.
They had a rough game. There's no question they had a rough game.
It was a terrible game. And I think that's the other thing is we don't have to live in these, in such a dichotomy of, they're perfect, they're the worst. They had a bad game.
Don't you understand how this works anymore, Zach? Don't you understand that there are two things? They're perfect or they are the worst, and there is no subtlety. There's no nuance. There's nothing in between, Zach. You know who's a dinosaur? You know who's dinosaurs? Goff isn't the only dinosaur. I think we're a dinosaur.
Yeah.
Gator, are we a dinosaur? Because we don't think that everything is perfect or everything is terrible at all times?
Yes. I think another way, here's a game that's going to be interesting, and it's the Thursday night game. The Packers are hosting the Commanders. All right? So the Packers defense just destroyed the Lions' offensive line, right? And they got to Jared Goff. They sacked him 4 times. How is that Packers defense going to corral Jaden Daniels? Now that people I bet you this is going to be billed as this could be an NFC Championship game matchup here, the Packers and Commanders. I mean, that's what I want to see. Week 1 to week 2. Are the Packers this formidable or not? And are the Commanders? I mean, they got 2 really good teams going at it. It's a different type of quarterback altogether that Green Bay is going to have to face.
I'll say this. Michael Parsons doesn't do well with mobile quarterbacks. He just historically has.
I don't know. Michael Parsons is outstanding. Yeah, I'm not going to nitpick on, but games played in dome stadiums on alternate Thursday nights and losing. Who cares?
Goff has his limitations, but again, not everything is perfect. When he's put in the right situation, and he's been put in the right situation here, they built it a certain way. Now, did that foundation spring a leak when Ragnow retired? It might have. It might have sprung a huge leak that they got to figure out how to fill. And it might not be with this configuration up front. But I would suspect that Mahogany and Ratledge in particular have a chance to get much better as this year goes on. And if they need to shuffle guys around, then they can shuffle guys around and come up with a better combination. There's one player that's lurking that intrigues me quite a bit. And that's whether or not Giovanni Manu can play guard. And if he can, and maybe you shuffle Ratledge to center. They put some faith in Manu when they drafted him. Mm-hmm. They kept him off, kept him from being exposed to waivers all of last year by having him as a healthy scratch all season long.
They traded up to get him.
Yep. And we saw this fail pretty bad with Broderick Martin. it didn't work under similar circumstances on the D line where they traded up to get a guy that everyone's like, who? And now they did it with Manu. And so just because it didn't work with Martin doesn't mean it's not going to work with Manu. But I'm intrigued by him. Sean in Farmington's next. Hello, Sean.
What's up, boys? How you doing?
Okay, Sean.
Good. Just a couple of points. In the earlier call, you guys were talking about not having enough time. Interesting enough, Jared Goff, according to a stat I saw on X, was that he had the third longest time to sit in the pocket and make a throw. I think that our interior
can you tell me who reported that?
I can't recall who it was, but it was on there, and it said he had it went Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, and then it went Jared Goff. Now, I think for sure our interior line needs the reps to get themselves established and get themselves figured out. But ultimately, no doubt about it, it all comes down to Goff. I love the guy, but he really needs to put the team on his back. Sometimes, the run is not going to be there. The interior line and the outside line of the Packers showed that they're pretty
Sean,
dominant.
I just looked it up.
Yeah.
Jared Goff was indeed third in time to throw in the NFL in 2024. Are you sure you didn't see a stat for last year?
Maybe it was. That's just what I had noticed after the game, and that's what was kind of disappointing to hear.
I guess if you could find it, I'd like to see if it was reported for this year. I would find it hard to believe, but he was third in the NFL last year, which leads me to believe that it's possible you saw something posted about last year. Do you think it's likely he had the third most time to throw?
In the game on Sunday?
Yeah.
No. Not by my eyes. No.
248-539-9797. Isaac and Royal Oak. Hello, Isaac.
There is zero chance he had the third most time. I watched the game, right? He was running for his life. It's one game. They won 15 games last year. That guy that called earlier is just a negative Nancy. He didn't have a chance to call in all last year. That's the same guy that they're going to win the Super Bowl, and he's going to tell you that they got to get tougher on the blue line, Gator. It doesn't matter what happens. He's always going to say Goff needs to be able to run.
Yep.
And that, it did not look good Sunday. And I thought the defense held up well, but which came first, the chicken or the egg? Did we struggle offensively because the offensive line just had a bad day, or was it the play calling? Because the offense did not look good. That was not what we had last year. Besides the offensive line, the positions are basically the same, right? So I think I'm going to choose to be positive. I think after they get more snaps, more live fire, the offensive line is going to play better. I hope that's one of the worst games they have the entire season. I still think we are making the playoffs and winning the division. And I refuse to believe that Ben Johnson was the reason we went 15-2 last year. I don't think that Morton is going to be as good. Maybe he will. But what does give me some peace of mind is Dan Campbell has shown us he's not a square peg, round hole guy. If it's not working, we're moving on. You know what I mean? So if that means the offensive line gets shuffled or Morton's no longer there, they don't stick around with bad decisions for too long, and I think that's a lot different than what we've had in the past. So,
well, I do agree with that, and there's you have to be able to pull the trigger. Dan Campbell's pulled the trigger, and if he deems it necessary, he will do it.
I don't think the problems on Sunday were the result of play calling from the offensive coordinator at all. I think the problem were a result of missed assignments and guys in the offensive line and blocking schemes not knowing what that assignment was or thinking it was one thing and it was clearly another. That's what I think the problems were on Sunday.
97-1, the ticket.
Michigan State basketball released their non-conference schedule today. It's stacked with opponents like Arkansas, Duke, Kentucky, and North Carolina. They kick off the season with 3 in a row at the Breslin Center, including the opener against Colgate on November 3rd. The Tigers are back in action tonight against the Yankees. Casey Mize back in the bump after his 1 earned run performance against the Mets as well. He'll face Will Warren, who has a 4.28 ERA in his second season. Hear that 7:05 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Lions coach Dan Campbell spoke to Costa and Jansen earlier. He said the number one thing that needs to be corrected this week is communication and fundamentals. Ex-Michigan football star Jabril Peppers is signing a deal with the Steelers. The 49ers have also waived kicker Jake Moody per Tom Pelissero. Dolphins star Tyreek Hill's wife has accused him of domestic violence. Hill's attorney says that it's, quote, an attempt to generate bad media coverage, end quote, for his client. After 23 years calling the UEFA Champions League matches, soccer announcer Ray Hudson is retiring from CBS. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay. Do appreciate the assistance. It's just when somebody brings a stat to the show, I want to know where it came from. It's apparently came from Al Karsten.
I found this from Next Gen Stats.
Okay.
And it lists the top 3 quarterbacks. Well, it has all the quarterbacks listed for time to throw. It's Justin Fields was number 1, 3.53. Then Jalen Hurts, 3.17. Then Jared Goff at 3.09.
It certainly does help to know where it came from. Interesting. He also ranked 3rd last year in time to throw. So what does that mean?
I wonder if does it change at all? Like if it literally is the time that the ball is snapped to, and then the time that you throw the ball. If you're under duress, are you adding to that time because you're scrambling to try to buy more time?
I don't know.
Because he was pressured a ton.
I think you literally are talking about to the time the ball leaves your hand.
Yeah.
And he's not going to create a lot of extra time.
No, but if he's forced out of the pocket early, like, I don't know. It sounds like we're making excuses for it, but if you think Jared Goff had time to throw, I guess go ahead.
I would disagree, but
based on this number, it says he was 3rd in the league with time to throw. It didn't look that way.
And the other thing is, and that's one of the reasons why I asked him. Here's one thing that it did look like. It did look like they had problems pushing the ball downfield. And he said that was a point of emphasis with their defense. And dinking and dunking all the way down the field can be fine unless you're behind and you need to do things in a bit of a hurry. I mean, there is something to be said for taking what the defense gives you, but if the defense was giving you the underneath stuff and really taking away anything deep, because there weren't a lot of deep shots. 248-539-9797. Wait a sec. Who had the most time?
Justin Fields.
Where's Jordan Love rank on this list? Who was only pressured 8 times the whole game?
Jordan Love was 2.84. It's probably, it looks like 11th or so. But he was delivering the ball early and on time.
Would anyone think that Jared Goff had more time to throw than Jordan Love in that game?
No. I'm telling you, it's part of it is because if the pass rush is coming in on you, you got to take off and run and move quickly. Plus, everything he did was a check down, basically. So you're looking option 1 out there, option 2 now. I got to throw here.
Interesting. I'd like to know more about the methodology, but Kang, would you buy that Goff had more time to throw than Jordan Love?
In games I've watched, no.
Right?
But I mean, I don't know what they use for their formula. Is this almost like a PFF thing? You know, like you said, Gator. How do we?
Next gen stats.
Yeah, like when you run around for when Lamar Jackson is running for his life Sunday night, right? Does that all count as time to throw because he was able to make all that extra time before he released the ball? There was a point where he was 19 yards behind the line of scrimmage. He didn't end up throwing it. He ended up rushing it, but that play took forever.
He was 2.7, which was far down, almost like bottom third, the start of bottom third.
All right, let's move on. Let's go to Joe and Flint. Hi, Joe.
Hi, just a quick question, and I know that this is kind of an old example, but the statistic on making the playoffs at 0-2 is an old statistic. Are the 93 Cowboys went 0-2 and won the Super Bowl. Are our Lions as good as that team, better, or not as good?
I don't know if I want to compare teams that are 30 years apart from each other.
Yeah,
The game has completely changed.
I mean, I think the Lions are a really, really good football team. Not a terrible game, and that
Troy Aikman wasn't throwing for 4,000 yards.
yeah.
Troy
Different
Aikman was
styles
barely
of
throwing
football.
for
But
3,000 yards.
anyway, the point is what?
I'm just looking for, some silver lining here that even if we go 0-2, we can still come back and get in the playoffs and win.
Well, they can.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I need precedent to believe that. I mean, do you believe it, Joe?
Yeah, I really don't put a lot of credence in one loss or two losses. Teams get hot, other teams get cold.
It's
I
happened
think
three times in the history of the game, according to a quick Google search. Dallas in 93, New England in 2001, and the Giants in 2007. Last year, the Philadelphia Eagles were 2-2, and they won the Super Bowl. I mean, you don't want to get off to a slow start. But look, hold on. Do you think the Lions are going to beat the Bears Sunday?
I do.
I do too. I mean, we can talk about what happens if they lose.
Well, I'd rather talk about it after it happens.
Yeah.
If it happens.
Robert on a cell. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Robert.
Good afternoon, guys. I love the show.
Thank you.
Just wanted to say the whole mobile quarterback thing is it's so frustrating. And then, like you said, like if you say Goff can't win it, so Goff against the field, yeah, anybody would bet on that, right? But I will say
It's
this:
a very safe position to have.
Very safe position, and I would just look at like some recent examples: Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. If you want to go back a little further, Steve McNair, Randall Cunningham, Michael Vick. Last time I checked, they do not have a Super Bowl title in their trophy case. And so, is Goff a dying breed? I think probably without a doubt, and a lot of that is predicated on you can only coach and develop what the college game gives you, and I think the college game, more so than ever, is a mobile quarterback-oriented offense. If I could just say one other thing, too, is as far as the trick plays and creativity, none of that's going to work if Ratledge pivots to the left and a guy comes right up the gut. Like, and I don't believe the whole time to throw thing. Like, especially like, yeah, time to throw, but do you have a clean pocket? Like, and I don't think Goff had a clean pocket primarily most of the day, so he was having to do the check down. And when they got to the red zone, because the O-line couldn't impose their will upon them, they came up empty in the red zone. I think it's really as simple as the O-line not being able to do anything.
I think you're right. I think we spent way too much time worrying about this one statistic after 1 week of football. I mean, what does the eyeball test tell you? The eyeball test tells you that the offensive line wasn't good enough to protect the quarterback, to allow for guys to get open downfield. The eyeball test also tells you the defense that they were running, if they were running too high safeties, that's going to take away a lot of the deep stuff, so then you got to go to shorter intermediate. And that pocket was not clean. He was pressured. It felt like on half of his throws, he was pressured.
And it was a great game plan because they were like, all right, you got a new interior line here. You're on the road. Let's not forget that loud crowd, and they're yelling out signals, like Campbell has said, trying to get on the same page. If they play too high safety, forcing them to dink and duck, it was a brilliant game plan by Green Bay. I don't want to overreact to one game, but I will say this: Hank Fraley's got his work cut out for them.
Agree.
Thank God Sunday's at home.
Yeah. Oh, well, the communication that Dan Campbell talked about should be a lot easier with a home crowd. I just looked over at YouTube. Kyle just posted, I think we start 2-5 headed to the bye. Best case at this point, likely 1-6.
Sure hope not.
1.5 wins. I'll take the over for $50, Kyle. I'll take the over on 1.5 wins in the first 7 games. I mean, do you really mean that? Do you really mean it? You take the under on 1.5 wins through 7 games? When you say you think they'll likely go 1-6? I mean, it's bold, but you're taking the under on 1.5 wins. Okay, 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Look, there's lots that needs to get better. Got a conversation with Jared Goff. You'll hear what he had to say today at 1:30, including John Morton. What is it? Is there growing pains to be expected with John Morton? Play calling? Is play calling the issue? Is John Morton not being on the field but being in the press box and calling the game from above? Is that the issue? Just some of what we covered with Jared Goff. 248-539-9797. Are you going to eat that coming up today at 1:20 here on 97.1 The Ticket?
Look, I know you see them, the red, white, and blue trucks. They're everywhere. They're hard to miss, right? So do you know if your furnace or your boiler are ready to fight against the crisp fall air? Well, the team at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling are going to help you stay warm this fall with the most up-to-date and efficient equipment on the market. But don't just take my word for it. Go ahead, check it out. They've got their A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, or they got 1 million 5-star reviews on Google. Maybe not 1 million. They got a lot of 5-star reviews on Google. Check it out for yourself. So whether it's your furnace, your water heater, your boiler, water filtration, heck, it's going to be in the 80s this week. How's your AC holding up? Schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. So George Kittle, according to all the NFL beat reporters, is going on the injured reserve, meaning he'll miss the next 4 games in San Francisco for the 49ers, which is a blow for them. They also, is it true that they're making sure I'm saying this correct? Well, let me wait for confirmation on the second part of this. But yeah, we saw the Lions get just absolutely shredded with injuries last year, and they need kind of hoping that they are stay for the most part injury free. They've already had some guys get hurt, which sucks. But anyway, so also, okay, here it is. The 49ers have released kicker Jake Moody. He struggled there. I got to tell you, it's so much a game of confidence with kickers. And when it gets rattled a little bit, the pressure gets ramped up, and then it can unravel quickly, and it looks like it has with Jake Moody. 248-539-9797. For those that play fantasy football, 2 things to point out. Chris is in Novi and on 97.1. Hi, Chris.
Good afternoon, guys.
What's up?
Yeah. Well, I was actually going to play on the Happy Boy by the Beet Farmers in the background, but I figured I wouldn't do that. I called a bit ago on that. I just got an opinion on the offensive coordinator. Number one, the difference between being in the booth and on the field. I'm thinking on the field, you get guys coming off of a play, can walk up to the coordinator and say, number so-and-so, the linebacker or whatever, keeps pulling this way when we go that way, so we need to make an adjustment. If he's up in the booth, you got to grab a headset to tell him that. So there's a lot of information coming off that field, I think, that is not getting up to the offensive coordinator that he can't take advantage of.
Wouldn't they tell their position coach?
Well, it's got to go through 2 or 3 different people to get the offensive coordinator. How many times last year, if you were watching a game, you'd see guys coming off the field and going up to I can't remember his name now, the offensive coordinator last year.
Johnson.
Johnson, and drop a line at him and just say something to him as they were walking past him. This way they'd have to relay
there's a certain number of coaches that are on the sideline, a certain number of coaches that are upstairs. If Ben Johnson or if John Morton is upstairs, that means somebody else is down on the field who I would imagine they can all just relay the information to him.
Yeah, you look at a delay, though. You relay to one person, then to another person, and then you got to go back the other way. The coordinators got to talk to the person on the field.
Did you hear Goff this morning?
I listened to quite a bit of it, yeah.
Okay, did you hear what he said?
Remind me.
It's foolish.
Yeah. Well, I've been accused of that in the past. So it wouldn't be the first time, guys. And it just fires the play calling. If running into the line 6 or 7 or 8 or 10 times and you get dropped at the line or behind the line, you would think you would make adjustments to work around that, to play around that in some way. But it just seemed like there was no imagination to the plays that were being called. It was the same thing over and over again almost. And I know a lot of that's a function of how the defense was playing them and the problems they have with the offensive line. But you think you could work around that in some way.
They tried to get the ball to the edges on quite a few occasions, whether it be a quick pass. They got it to Gibbs on the edge on a run play or two. It didn't work either.
There just was no space.
No. I mean, Green Bay played a great game defensively. I give them a ton of credit. They had a good game plan. In the end, they got to do a better job up front. I'm kind of wondering, isn't it Dan Campbell? It made me think that, is it possible he's not thrilled with the running backs in that first game?
He's not happy with the 2.1 per carry for sure because he brought that up.
Yep.
I think he's not happy because he knows everything starts with what happens up front.
Yeah.
And that's where the frustration comes in. If they're not doing their job, nothing works. And that's just basic football. Same thing works on the defensive side. If your defensive line isn't getting the job done, if they're not stopping the run, then you're screwed. If you're not getting any pressure on the quarterback, you're screwed. Lions are able to stop the run, but they couldn't get any pressure on the quarterback.
Gator, are you ready for another edition of Are You Going to Eat That?
I am, because I'm hungry today.
All right, good. Let's get to it. All right, we got a couple of new items from Little Caesars. They've launched 2 new cheesesteak flavored menu items.
Little Caesars?
Yeah.
Cheesesteak or cheesesteak, huh?
Cheesesteak.
Or cheesecake? Is that what you were
no,
thinking?
it's cheesesteak. Cheesesteak Crazy Puffs and a cheesesteak pizza. The cheesesteak Crazy Puffs are 4 Crazy Puffs filled with sliced steak, melted cheese, and onions, topped with Parmesan. They cost $3.99, and they're available from 4 to 8. The cheesesteak pizza is a large pizza topped with cheesy white sauce, mozzarella steak, onions, green peppers, and mushrooms. That's available only online. Gator, the cheesesteak Crazy Puffs and the ultimate cheesesteak pizza. You going to eat either of those?
Absolutely. I would eat both of those. The only thing I would delete is the mushrooms. I don't like mushrooms.
Yeah, he hates fun guy.
Thank you.
You're a fun guy.
I am a fun guy.
But you don't like fun guy.
The puffs sound delicious.
Have you had the regular puffs?
No, I hear they're great.
They're fantastic. So
Yeah.
I just thought that, they're regular puffs, whatever, some form of small calzone or something.
Right.
It's pizza sauce and pepperoni cheese. They're actually better than expected, much better. And I'll definitely try both of these as well.
Okay, I'm out on both, obviously, because I don't eat steak.
That's the mushroom? Is that what it is?
Yeah,
too?
it's a mushroom.
Yeah.
Let me circle back, though, Kang. I want to ask you a question. The ultimate cheesesteak pizza that he says yes to,
Yeah.
available only online.
Oh.
Gator, are you sure you're going to eat that?
Yeah. I order pizza online all the time. It's how it's kind of how you have to order it now.
Yeah, Doug.
I just don't necessarily download an app to do it, but I
Yeah, I guess if it were only available on the app, would you do it?
if I had to. If that's the
When's
world
the last time you added an app to your phone? Was that like MySpace or something?
Take a look. Oh, that's funny. I will tell you, the last time I added it was I added Waze, and that was when I went to Chicago.
Nice. All right. That's
Yeah.
new, right?
So that was what, like
deleted you the
2-3 months ago.
MapQuest and then got that one?
Okay.
About 2 months,
Okay.
maybe a month and a half ago.
Okay. Prior to that?
2 months ago. There was some for my pond that I don't remember when that was added.
A pond app.
That's nice.
Yeah, there's and it's not working well. The other one would have been for my car, so that I can do stuff with my car.
Oh, well, that's a big one.
That was back in March, end of March.
All right, next up on Are You Going to Eat That? Tyson is kicking off the NFL season with team logo-shaped nuggets. That's right. You can get all-white meat chicken nuggets, special touches to celebrate. Each team logo-shaped nuggets be available exclusively in stadiums and regional retailers. The teams that are available are Denver, Green Bay, and Philadelphia. Gator, the team-shaped nuggets. Are you going to eat that?
First of all, I like chicken nuggets.
Yep.
But this is the strangest thing ever. Like nuggets should just be in one shape, and it's like
nugget shape,
amoeba shape, right?
Yeah.
You don't know what you're getting. It should be shaped like a nugget. The fact that they're going to try, the only thing that makes you want to do this, because I'm dying to see how much it resembles the logo, because I'm guessing it doesn't resemble the logo at all. Like what you're going to see in a picture that they're going to present, hey, get the new NFL themed nuggets, compared to what you're actually opening up on the tray and putting in the air fryer, and then you pull them out. They're like, what the hell is that? That's an eagle? That's a Packer? But no, my answer is no. I don't want.
No, you don't want the Broncos nuggets?
No, I do not want the Broncos nuggets.
No Packer nuggets?
I don't want any Packer nuggets.
How about the birds? You want bird nuggets?
What, eagle nuggets?
I don't want eagle nuggets. No nuggets.
You love the term nuggets.
I do love the term nuggets. It makes me laugh. But no, this sounds like it's just too strange.
Okay.
I mean, it's just nuggets, right?
That's all it is.
I mean, yeah, I'm a sauce guy, so it depends on the sauce, maybe.
Okay. So you do it. Yeah, I'm not eating these.
Whoa, this is something you can get involved with.
Stupid Packer, Eagle, and Bronco logos.
It's one thing if you're like we said, like the nugget, and you've got this whatever the process of the chicken is that gets you into a nugget form. It's another thing when you're manipulating that specifically to look like a logo or whatever. Absolutely not.
All right, next up, Butterfingers just dropped the new limited edition candy.
Yep. Butterfinger, yeah.
Butterfinger Kale. Gator,
Yeah, I'll try.
No, it's Butterfinger Marshmallow have arrived. The marshmallow flavor definitely comes through, according to people who've reviewed it. They're rolling out nationwide, available anywhere Butterfingers are sold. It doesn't really have much of a description other than there is now marshmallow.
I got to tell you, I'm
in
worried.
The Butterfinger.
I'm worried that I said yes too quickly on that when I heard Butterfinger, because marshmallow is one of those things that makes me go.
Here we go. Here's a description. The inside is that classic flaky, crisp center, but instead of being wrapped in rich chocolate, it's covered in a smooth marshmallow flavored coating.
Okay, flavored coat. I like the flavor of marshmallows. I like the texture of marshmallows. Except for Rice Krispie treats. Yeah, I'd try this, absolutely.
Gator's a yes. Kang, you?
Yeah, I'm in. I like marshmallows. I like Butterfingers. This sounds good.
Butterfinger's great.
When it comes to Butterfingers are great. I will admit that they are great. And if I decide that I'm gonna like go get a candy bar, this doesn't sound more enticing to me than a regular Butterfinger. And is it another weird Doug food take that I'm not a big fan of marshmallow?
No, I don't think so. I'm not a big fan of marshmallow. All right, gotcha. So if it's not weird for me, it's not weird for you. I will tell you this. I tried something the other day that I think is outside of the normal Oreo cookie, is the greatest Oreo variation they've ever had. It is the apple pie a la mode Oreo. So it's the golden Oreos, but that's the vanilla part of the apple pie a la mode. The flavoring in between, the cream, you swear you're having apple pie. It is unbelievably great.
Okay, Zaxby's is introducing a milkshake here, a strawberry Nerds milkshake. Features creamy strawberry milkshake spun with crunchy pieces of the classic Nerds candy before being topped off with the iconic gummy clusters.
Nope. Absolutely not.
Gator, are you going to eat that?
Nope. I don't like you. I'm not the biggest strawberry fan. Strawberry flavored fan. Strawberry flavored
I think
fan.
strawberry flavored things suck.
Yeah, it always reminds me of Pepto because the way it's going to look. I don't like Nerds, and I really don't like gummy stuff. So
Okay.
No.
Kang, you?
Yeah, I'm going to try it. I actually, unlike you guys, I love strawberry flavored stuff. I like Nerds a lot. The only issue is I don't really do a ton of milkshakes. It's pretty heavy, so it's not. I don't even remember the last time I had a milkshake, to be honest with you. But given to me in front of me right here, is that Kang try this? I would.
There it is, and I'm out on this. Yeah, that concludes another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? Jared Goff. It's the problem. The play calling is the problem. That the coordinator's in the box is the problem. The new coordinator at all. Hear what he had to say next. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, let me tell you about Twin Peaks. Female sports fans on Tuesdays, Twin Peaks is for you. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday at Twin Peaks for Ladies Night. For our Happy Dads, Twisted Teas, Mimosas, House Long Islands, Margaritas, and Sangria. $5 lemon drop martinis, green, white, and orange tea shots, 10-ounce draft ciders, 20% off all food, half off all wine. Enjoy all of that with wall-to-wall TVs, the coldest draft beer in the country, like this month's featured beer, Sam Adams Oktoberfest, not to mention hands down the best bar food in the state. And then there's the best part. It's served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. See the difference today or check them out this weekend. Awesome matchup all weekend long, like college football. You got UFC, Canelo Alvarez returning to the ring to take on Terrence Crawford. And, of course, there are the Cadillac Cats on Sunday. Nobody does it better than Twin Peaks. You won't want to miss it. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. Jared, it is great to have you back for another year. Thanks for being with us here on 97.1 The Ticket. And now that you've had a chance to digest that opener, watch the film, what is your overall takeaway?
Yeah, similar to what I said after, just not even close to good enough, certainly for us offensively, and got a ton of things to work on and improve on. And the good news is it's week one. We got time to fix it, but it's got to happen in a hurry. And there will certainly be some urgency from all of us to get those things fixed, and it starts with me.
Yeah, you said, I think right after the game, you said you were looking forward to leading the team this week after the loss. What did you feel that you need? What do you feel that needs to be addressed first and foremost? And did that kind of start even on the flight home, or do you let's give it a rest? We'll tackle it on Monday.
Yeah, what needs to be addressed? I think, it's hard to put your finger on one thing. I just think there needs to be a little bit of an urgency of intensity and improvement. And Dan said it. We just have to find a way to get better this week and improve this week, and things will be just all right.
One of the core strengths of this team the last few years is the ability to respond. You guys haven't lost back-to-back games in forever. There always seems to be a great resilience, but every team's different. Are you interested, confident in this particular version of the Lions and the ability to respond?
Am I interested or confident?
Are you confident in this team's
yes,
ability?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes, of course. I very. I mean, it's a lot of the same guys, and we've got a resilient group, dude. I mean, we've been through a lot as a group, and one loss on the road is not going to send us into the gutter by any means. And I think the important thing is to, a loss is a loss. That those happen, but the important thing is to focus on what needs to be fixed, what needs to be improved, what needs to be communicated better, and fix those things, and then the wins will come.
From your perspective, what did the Packers do to make it tough to get the ball downfield?
They always do a good job of playing kind of deep to short, I would say, in the secondary. They do a good job with their depth at safety. I think they've got two really good safeties. Obviously, McKinney gets a lot of the credit, but the other guy, 33, does a great job too, and being smart, pattern matching, doing all the things that they're supposed to do from a deep to short perspective, and then they pass rush well. When they pass rush well, it takes some time for receivers to run downfield. So when they're able to pass rush, it takes some of that away.
Visually watching the game, it kind of looked like you had less room to work with in the pocket, almost like you needed to take a couple of steps backward. Is that accurate? Was it more smushed coming at you, or was I having a fever dream?
I think every game is different. I think there's times in my career where it's been like that. There's times in my career where it hasn't been like that. I mean, this game in particular, yeah, there were some messy pockets, but there were also some great pockets. And so I think it's hard to say the whole game was one or the other.
So during the game, you had a 4th and 2 conversion to Jamison Williams. Tony Romo said on the broadcast that he thought Williams was your 5th read. I know you read your progressions and get down. I didn't know if he was the 5th read, but take us through that play and where Jamo fell in the progressions for you.
I think I came all the way back to him. I don't believe he was the 5th read. I think he would have been more towards the front of those reads. But I progressed through and got to him nicely there and converted. And I think we did a good job converting in some of those situations. Our 3rd down percentage was low, but our 4th down percentage was high. So whenever we're able to convert on any of those, we feel pretty good.
So the new offensive coordinator, John Morton, there's reaction and then there's overreaction. And yesterday we dealt with callers that say, that's the coordinator change. That was what the problem was. But is this just a work in progress when you break in a new coordinator? Is this typical, or is everything going to be fine and everybody just needs to relax?
Yeah, I think it is. I think, it's impossible to try to compare apples to apples with, previous coaches or anything like that. Like it's a completely new thing that we're doing with him. Not a new system, but a new communication, and it's a new human. So there's different things going on. And I think back to in 2022 when Ben was in his first year and we went, I believe we were 1-6 that year to start the year. Not by any means saying that's where we're headed, but I think there were growing pains there too offensively. And then we got into a good rhythm, halfway through the year. Certainly we want to get in that rhythm this week, though. We don't want to wait till week 6 or 7 to find that out. But I think that's natural when there's a new coordinator, when there's a new guy calling plays. He's getting used to us still. We're getting used to him still. And some of that progression is still happening. But it's all moving in the right direction. And it's all stuff I'm optimistic about. And by no means am I worried about any of it.
Okay. Does it matter at all that he's in the booth or on the field? We got that call yesterday. And does it matter to you at all?
No.
Okay.
I think that's foolish.
Two incredible catches in the game. One turned in by St. Brown on the sideline. It was amazing. And then I can't believe it was outdone, but it was by Isaac Tesla on that touchdown play at the end of the game. Can you kind of take me through what it was like for you on the field to experience that, and what was it like for you in real time?
Yeah, I wish it was a more competitive game at that point, so I could have been a little bit more excited about it. But yeah, after watching it on tape, one of the most incredible catches I've ever been on the other end of, certainly. And for that to be his first career catch and for it to happen like that is pretty cool for him, for a memory. Ultimately, it was in a moment of the game where there wasn't much celebrating going on, but yeah, happy for him to get that kind of monkey off his back, get that first catch as well as the first touchdown, and hopefully get him more involved as we go.
Did you think it was a touchdown when you first threw it?
No. I knew he caught it. I just didn't think he got his feet down. And then I saw the replay on the screen. I was like, holy smokes, he did it.
Wow. Okay, so obviously moving forward, you mentioned all the things that need to get addressed. I don't know if you watched the Monday night game, saw the Bears, saw Ben Johnson. What do you make of this matchup, given what you've seen of yourself and of them?
Yeah, I watched last night, and I think anytime you're able to get like a live scouting is good. Monday night, it's the only thing on, and got to see some of that, and then obviously watching some more this morning. And yeah, they're a good team, man. They've always been a good team, though, and I think they've been at the bottom end of our division the last couple of years, but I don't think that's a product of them being a bad team. I think our division's been pretty dang good. So they're a good team. They're a good defense, certainly. We got our hands full, and Dennis Allen's a great coach.
How do you watch the Monday night game? Is this one you watch with teammates, or is it just you with the wife and the kid and a very needy dog? How does it work?
Just me and Kristen. It was 8:15 start, so baby girl was asleep.
Very, very, very smart. Did you see anything different from the defense this time around than what you've seen in the past from the Bears?
Well, certainly they've got a different coach, a whole different staff, and some different personnel. So yeah, certainly some differences, and we'll take it as we go this week. But like I said, I obviously have a lot of respect for Ben and the way he coached us, and I know he'll have those guys ready. And then I have a lot of respect for Dennis Allen and the way he's coached the Saints over the years. He'll have the defense ready.
One of the great privileges we have is you can answer some questions that get asked us. We got questions yesterday about play calling. I think losing fans like to complain about play calling. How would you respond to those questions about the play calling?
What are the questions?
Oh, the ball didn't get downfield, predictable. These are the things that get thrown at us.
Yeah, I mean, how would I respond? I mean, how much time you got? I think the downfield thing. Like, we called the plays downfield, they covered them, and so I just checked it down to our backs. And I don't think that's any different than we had played certain games in the past. Certainly we call those shots. If they're not open, I check it down. If they are open, I'd like to think I'd take those chances. And so we got to find a way to get those open more often. Certainly, I guess I think that's maybe partially answers it, but. We'll find those ways and figure it out. We've got a pretty fast guy in Jamison Williams who can get down there and like to throw it to him downfield, as well as a handful of other guys. So as we go, those shots will come, and we'll continue to find them.
Lastly, Jared, did you have any flashbacks when you're watching the play where Branch has the interception, Hutchinson gets called for blocking Jordan Love, and all we could think about is, hey, how about the playoff game where Jared got smoked? And there was no flag on that, but they're going to flag Hutchinson for hitting Jordan Love.
Yeah, I think they probably missed that call. I try not to have flashbacks to that game as much as possible. So thanks for doing that here. But no, that was a hell of a play by Branch. I don't believe that's a penalty on Aiden. I think that as soon as the quarterback starts chasing the play, he's live. Didn't matter if we had a defensive holding, so none of it mattered, I guess. But yeah.
Jared, appreciate your time. Thanks for the insight. It is always helpful, and we will talk again next week. Good luck.
Good. I'm glad I can be helpful for you guys.
Well,
and, appreciate you having me on.
Jared, seriously, because we get bombarded with questions after losses that we don't know how to answer, but it's great to have you to come on to answer them.
I should just come on like right after the game, huh?
No, you shouldn't. No, do not come on right after. Do not.
Everybody needs a cooling down period. Tuesdays are good.
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad I can come on every Tuesday and talk to y'all. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jared. Appreciate it.
All right, guys.
There he is, Jared Goff, Detroit Lions quarterback. He's something, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Do you feel better? Like he sounds like he's perfectly confident.
I guess a little bit, but I didn't feel that. Look, in the wake of the game, I hated the game. It was a game where they were completely non-competitive, it felt like, offensively, because those are the visceral reactions you get. Then you go back and kind of look at your notes and you look at the play-by-play sheet and everything else, and I'm like, it was bad, but it wasn't as bad as maybe I initially thought it was. Like, they did drive the ball a few times.
Yeah.
They didn't end up with touchdowns.
The defense was better in the second half.
Yeah, the defense is really good in the second
Make
half.
Builder's first source your destination for professional window and exterior door installation services.
Because
add
everybody's
value
looking at
and beauty
the
to
guy
your
opposite
home
the
with
Hutch.
trusted
What about
brands
Hutch?
like
You know,
Anderson,
I got it.
Pella,
But
Therma-Tru, and more.
Offensively, I think that they started to move the ball. They did move the ball a little bit. So I'm not in this deep, dark place that I thought it might be.
It's why, though, it's cool to have people ask us questions on Monday, and then we can file them away. Like, it doesn't matter if John Morton's in the box or on the field. Stuff like that, to be able to ask Jared himself. And so we do appreciate him coming on, and we do appreciate all the questions we get from the listeners. All right, your thoughts on what Jared Goff had to say. Does that make people feel better? Karsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump are posted on our website. Go check it out at 971theticket.com. Thank you for all your phone calls today. We've appreciated through the show. A couple things here. So the Bears apparently have pulled the plug completely on a downtown stadium and are committed to moving into, is it a dome or a retractable dome in Arlington Heights?
They would build a dome stadium. That's what the plans are now.
Okay.
Apparently there's too much politics going on and everything else with trying to build a new stadium on the waterfront over by a pier, which is really unfortunate because I know you love artist renderings, and so do I. The renderings for this stadium, it would have been a dome built by the water. The renderings are amazing. One end of I think it's the north end of the stadium, would be all glass, and they had a shot of it from inside the stadium looking out, and it was the Chicago skyline in the back. It's amazing, right? Because downtown Chicago is fantastic with all the high rises and everything else. No, it is. I can admit it.
Humping Chicago.
I just don't like the traffic that happens there, and whatever. But it looked great. It looked great, and they're going to have to abandon that, and they'll go to their other plan, which is in the suburbs, which is Arlington Heights.
So I looked up where Arlington Heights is because I'm not from that area, nor do I give two Fs about that area. But it is a hike. Like that, when I'm driving through Chicago and you kind of go through downtown and you get out to O'Hare, I mean, maybe it shouldn't be a hike, but it's like traffic is never good. It's like go to O'Hare and then keep going.
It's northwest, right?
Yes. I mean, this is their Pontiac Silverdome. And I mean, I guess if you're a Bears fan, is it central to... This is one of those deals where it's going to be great for people who live out that direction, the way it was great for people who lived out near the Silverdome or the Palace.
And not so much for those that live downtown.
Yeah, and not so much for those that live in other directional suburbs. In this case, it would be like south or east or north. I mean, it's more north, but I think this is a terrible location. But what the hell do I know about Chicago and its geography? That looks brutal to me. There is also breaking news, according to Ari Merev, who is like a business reporter, I believe, and covers the NFL. The Broncos have selected Burnham Yard in downtown Denver as a site for a new world-class retractable roof stadium. It will be privately funded by ownership, no new taxes, and slated to open for the 2031 season.
Well, that's novel.
No, privately funded?
Privately funded? That's totally novel. Yep. Look at that.
You talk about a team that is then there and moving forward committed to a city.
Yep. That they are. Retractable roof, I get that. Makes sense. I'm always curious, though, when they're going to do the retractable roof, because I think retractable roof is the way to go. To me, the only reason to close it is if it's bitterly cold or if there's rain. If you want to close it because of snow, fine, fair enough. But when the cities that are used to it, like a city like Chicago or a city like Denver that's used to playing outdoors, if you're going to switch up to go the retractable route, and Chicago's place are going dome, I understand that. But do you think the fans want that? Do you think the fans like to be...
I think fans of outdoor stadiums love their outdoor stadium. I'm stunned that you wouldn't have it close for snow. You hate when snow impacts games.
Yeah, well, it depends on the snow, I guess. If it's just a flake or two, it doesn't bother me. But again, it depends. It's there's a lot of factors that go into it. But I don't live in Denver, and I know those people they love their snow.
That's more of a downtown site, what Denver's looking to do. I don't think it's that far from their current stadium. In fact, it might be more downtown than their current stadium, which is a little south, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong on that. All right, Ed in Clarkston, you're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Ed?
Hey, guys. How's it going today?
It's good, Ed.
Like away Sunday from an absolutely awful game was the fact that they were awful in...
Okay, Ed, we're losing you. You're breaking up quite a bit. What did you say?
I said the one thing that I took away as a positive, actually, in Sunday's game is they were really bad in all aspects of the game, which leads me to believe lack of preparation, nerves, just they weren't ready to play that game, which is a good thing because in the past, Dan Campbell's been able to get them prepared after a real terrible game. So
I would say this. I think that I don't think they were as prepared as Green Bay. I think that's clear. They weren't ready to play, and I think that falls on Dan Campbell, and I think he would take that criticism. I would push back on this. I thought the Lions played well defensively against the run throughout the game. And I thought that the defense stepped up in the second half of that game. I mean, they only gave up 93 yards in offense in the second half of that game, and they got a bunch of 3-and-outs. The second half was way better than the first half, but offensively, the Lions just weren't there.
Yeah, I kind of chalked that up to the offensive line. A couple of young guys out there that they're probably pretty nervous for their first start.
Well,
missed assignments.
Hey, we're short on time here, Ed. I'll just say this regarding your call. I don't believe that they were more prepared. I think they were better prepared. I think their game plan was better than Detroit's game plan. And if you're going to look at something that is, when you get taken behind the woodshed like they did, I think your pride gets challenged. You get called out. There's no sugarcoating what happened. And I think that kind of puts them on the Russian front. I think it's how do they respond. I think, this doesn't feel like a normal loss. This feels like it's being interpreted by some as a referendum loss. And, and in many ways I could see why. I don't, again, short-term results, long-term conclusions, but at the end of the day, you get beat like that, you look in the mirror.
You have to.
And there's no reason, like, you don't have almost anything to feel good about. So you got to come up with something. You got to figure out how to make it better. There's a sense of urgency this week. That's for damn sure. Here's Rico Beard, who joins us in studio. What's up, Rico?
Lions. Talking about Lions?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I always try to guess what you guys are talking about.
Well, that should be. I would think that would be.
Well, no, I'm like, okay, it's got to be Lions. It can't be Michigan because you're playing Central Michigan. So that's a homecoming game.
That's a get ready. It's a get right game, and they better. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
We're going to talk a little bit about Dan Campbell's comments that he had on the morning show, something that he said, and probably going to try to get into Michigan as well. Doug, you were there at the game, and I know a lot of people just kind of want, hey, take the reins off and just let Bryce Underwood be Bryce. And I think that could probably happen, but I think it'll come at a cost that I don't know if Michigan fans would be ready for.
I think it has to happen at some point.
I think it does, but Doug, by doing this in Gator, you witnessed it last year in Nebraska. You throw a freshman quarterback out there or a new quarterback, they're going to make a ton of mistakes. They're going to lose you games that you probably thought you were going to win. But on the other side, they're so much better that next year. It may mean that you sacrifice this year in order to look to your future.
Yeah, they might get to a point this year where they're like, the hell out of the playoff hunt.
Right.
But there's only so much you can do with a true freshman.
Right, unless you just
can do effectively.
Right, because it's like you look at Dante Moore at UCLA. Oh my goodness, he threw more pick sixes than touchdowns. Now he may be having a seat in New York.
Yeah, you're talking about the quarterbacks that did it as true freshmen. The greatest example is Trevor Lawrence with NFL talent all around him.
Yeah.
So, hey, have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
And we've learned a lot before this show starts here today. Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Not much we can share, unfortunately. Michigan State basketball released their non-conference schedule.
Rico asked about, your wife and his kids.
Your
What's
mind
the
is in the
problem?
gutter. Let's not cover that up. Michigan State basketball released their non-conference schedule today. It includes top-tier programs, including Arkansas, Kentucky, North Carolina, and Duke, and a pair of local foes in Oakland and Detroit Mercy. Opening night at the Breslin also kicks off the regular season on November 3rd against Colgate. Spartan punter Ryan Eckley has also picked up the Ray Guy Punter of the Week award. The Tigers checking to play tonight against the Yankees as the second-best team in the American League, but winning just 4 games in their last 13. New York just below them at number 3. The pitching matchup features Casey Mize against Will Warren. Hear it right here on the ticket at 7:05. Lions coach Dan Campbell was on with Constant Jansen this morning and was asked if there was any extra fuel playing against Ben Johnson's Bears this week. According to Adam Schefter, the 49ers are placing tight end George Kittle on injured reserve after suffering a hamstring injury on Sunday. They're also waiving kicker Jake Moody. Fellow ex-Michigan football star Jabril Peppers is signing a deal with the Steelers. The Denver Broncos have released a plan for a new retractable roof stadium that would be privately funded. Project completion is scheduled for 2031. This update brought to you by Twin Peaks at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com. You can't break me.
The new Kenny drop is stellar. Welcome in on a Tuesday. Are you going to be all right? You laughed your way through Jeremy's update.
I don't know why today that whole please refrain from using ethnic slurs. It's just
because Jeremy's got a potty mouth on him. He has to be reminded. It's remarkable. He looks clean cut and all American. He's actually just a very hateful person. Let's get into it. I want to play a piece of audio for everybody because after we do this topic, we're going to get to college football. We're going to get to Michigan State. It's what we do on Tuesdays in the fall, but I want to kind of put a bow on the Lions thing. I want to play a piece of the Dan Campbell interview with Cookies and John this morning, and I'm asking questions. And remember, they're not declarative statements. They're questions. I thought what Dan Campbell said was interesting. I want to play this for you. He was asked about the pass rush. And, of course, it's like you can't talk about Aiden in this town without this weird, well, they may as well call him double-team Hutch. Yeah, I'm aware he gets double-teamed. Every good pass rusher does. You either rise above it or you don't. I don't need to hear it every time we talk about him. Whether he plays good or bad, he's double-teamed. So can we stop? Mm-hmm. So he's asked about the pass rush. Listen to Campbell's answer, and then I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. David, hit the music. Yeah, he had 2 quarterback hits. I'm not interested in that. So let me ask you these 2 questions. And before I do, let me disarm you from your 3x5 talking points. Okay? I understand it was Hutch's first game in a year. I understand it might take some ramp-up time. One problem, you guys yelled at us for saying it might take ramp-up time. Uh-oh. Also, no one is saying Hutch is a bad player. No one is saying he's anything other than a very good player. The difference between very good and great is the greats, we never have to hear about double teams. You just play. So I'm going to ask these two questions. One, when Dan Campbell says, well, we're going to have to find it elsewhere, isn't that exactly why you upgrade the edge opposite Aiden? Because that guy's going to go one-on-one all day. Aha.
Survey says
yes. The other one is this. If I am about to pay somebody, and I do believe they're going to sign Aiden Hutchinson, and I do believe they should sign Aiden Hutchinson, but if I'm about to pay somebody $50 million a year, do you know what I never should have to say? Well, we'll just get it from the other side. We'll get it from our backers. We'll get it from other people. No. Wait a minute. Myles Garrett gets double-teamed all the time. The Cleveland Browns don't say, well, we'll get it elsewhere. T.J. Watt is double-teamed all the time. The Pittsburgh Steelers do not bring up, well, he was double-teamed. Trey Hendrickson go one-on-one all day? No. Like
Micah Parsons got some double teams.
Right. The whole idea is this, Rico. I just want to understand why we do this with Hutch. We never hear it with other guys. And if I'm going to pay this guy, we've got to stop with this. No elite pass rusher in the history of the NFL has gotten a majority of snaps or even a large minority of snaps singled up. So you can either invest opposite him and create that nightmare.
Right. Pick your poison.
Which you don't want to do. Okay, fair enough. Or the guy you have, according to Brad Holmes, is so good and so amazing that if he plays poorly or doesn't have a productive game, you just have to say it. You know what I'd rather Dan Campbell say? Look, there's no excuse. We need Hutch to be the guy. First game in a year, hopefully knock the rust off. We'll go get him against Chicago. Say that. Don't just absolve it. See, it's the same thing going on with Bryce Underwood right now. It drives me nuts. If he's the greatest freshman in the history of planet Earth and he doesn't play well, we don't have to still say he's the greatest freshman on the face of the earth or find a boogeyman. You can just talk about what actually happened.
Coaches and offensive coordinators holding him back. And yeah, for Hutch, it's like, Mike, if you're in that 35 million plus range,
I don't want to hear about double team.
There are no excuses. There's a reason why you're going to make that much money. It's because you dominate through the double teams. Is you get to the quarterback.
Here's the other
Micah
thing.
Parsons' sack. It looked like he ran through the entire Lions offensive line and then tracked down Jared Goff.
If you're doubling him every play and the other pieces you have can't win one-on-one, flow chart back to 2 to 6, bitching about the pass rush and this team's refusal to address it.
You nailed it. I mean,
so which is it? I'm asking. I'm not attacking you.
No. It's what you're saying is just on point. It's like you dropping the bombs yesterday. Yes, this was why we said go and get somebody else because the players that you have aren't hitting home. And you're talking about, well, they got to win their one-on-one battles and Hutch is being double teamed. Then where's your help going to come from? You decided that, you know what, we only needed one Hutch because that was it. I'm paraphrasing Brad Holmes, but he pretty much said, we got Hutch. Who needs two? We got one. We should be happy with that. And then you just have people who they're not hitting home. It's problematic. So now you're going to have to bring blitzes. Now you're going to have to bring safeties up.
Now, look, he'll probably have a nice game against Chicago because watching last night, I told you, all I need to do is watch last night. I'll be able to give you a real opinion. If you don't dummy the Bears, you suck. That's a bad football team. Bears are not ready to play. Sloppy, penalties, off script. The offense collapsed defensively. They're down their top two corners plus TJ Edwards. They fell apart. But see, here's the thing. It's the case in point, and we'll get to the Underwood stuff later. The first half, Kevin O'Connell tried to protect J.J. McCarthy, and it made McCarthy look helpless and sad and bad. You know what they did in the second half? We're getting drilled. We got to take the diapers off, and we got to let this kid play. You know what J.J. did? He shined.
Yeah, fourth quarter. Yeah.
But my point is, I can say nice things about J.J. because he actually did it. I'm getting tired of this crap where it doesn't matter what Bryce does or who Bryce plays. People are just going to glaze him like a donut. I'm not doing that. I'm going to talk about what he does and doesn't do. So the whole point is when we bring it to the Lions now, look, when Dan Campbell tells you guys, hey, we'll have to find it somewhere else, then hold on. Are you sure you want to roll out $50 million? 5 at 250 right now for Hutch. That's probably what his reps want. 5 at 250. If I have to hear about him getting double teamed again, my head's going to explode. Second of all, if Dan Campbell's out here going, well, we'll have to bring our backers, that means your front's not good enough. Mm-hmm. If your front's not good enough, why didn't you address it in the offseason? I know why coaches don't want to go on the radio because they're going to say stuff. It's going to get picked apart. Mm-hmm. I understand that. Fair play. I'm not attacking Dan Campbell. I'm saying when you go on the radio and you say that, I can't imagine I'm the only human being in Metro Detroit, Rico, who walked away going, wait, huh? I was the Nick Young meme.
Right. Well, when I heard that, I was thinking kind of like you, like, well, but you're going to pay Hutch all of this money because you're saving up to pay him, but he's not an impact player because he's being double teamed. Well, newsflash, if you pay him the money, he's still going to be double teamed. He's got to do better. The other thing that I heard was we got to find help somewhere else. And I'm thinking, at this point, man, I'd settle for Jadeveon Clowney. Something on the other side of Hutch to help him out.
You can actually adopt him at Michigan Animal Rescue League right now. His picture's up on the website.
At this point, Mike, beggars can't beat you.
I know, but he's a mutt.
Okay.
All right, fine enough.
Everybody loves a mutt.
I know, I own one.
Right.
The point is, listen, I want to ask you the people, what do you make of that comment? And what conclusions do you come to about that comment? 248-539-9797. The phone lines are absolutely wide open. I just want to know what you walk away thinking when I play you that and I ask you those two questions. That if Hutch being doubled is the complete absolvement of his productivity and the other guys you have aren't good enough to win their one-on-ones, why didn't you address that in the offseason? But two, why do we always have to do this protection thing? If Hutch plays well, say it. If Hutch plays poorly, say it. And I'm fully aware. First game in almost a year. But when I said it was going to take time, or when I said it to Mr. Rico Beard and he said it to you, guys, you yelled at us. You got mad at us. You called us haters. For what? Wanting to give Hutch a few weeks? That's even more a reason why I wanted help on the D-line. So 248-539-9797. You do with it what you want. We'll get into college football in the 3 o'clock, Michigan and Michigan State, two completely separate issues. Got some blitzes, things to do today. Rico, take him to church.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. You know what? This is booming, too. You want a career in entertainment, radio, television, graphics design. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path. Specs at LTU, located right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in the industry because you're going to learn from people like myself who actually work in the business. So we're going to guide you along through the labs so that you're going to learn, as I said, from day one, whether you're in the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, or the graphics media arts program. Specs at LTU will get you started on your career path. There's just one thing that you got to do right now, and you got to make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps for your future. You go to admissions@ltu.edu. That's admissions@ltu.edu or 1-800-CALL-LTU.
Kenny, please. Listen, if you've been injured in an auto accident, you're drowning in medical bills, you're dealing with insurance companies who they don't care. Injury attorney David Feminino is who you need to call. Get David, get paid. It's a great catchphrase. That much is true. But it's also a promise. He's going to get to work day one for you. So call David Feminino at 855-65-CRASH. Or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Stan Campbell from The Morning Show, and I've asked you 2 questions out of it. And also, too, like, it's no secret, I think if you guys watched, you had to watch a lot of that game last night to fully let it sink in. If you don't beat the brakes off the Bears, you're not a good football team. The Bears, you can tell, the offense is not structured. It's not ready. The offensive line is not gelled. 5 false starts at home. Look, Caleb on script, very, very good. They went off script. He fell into bad habits. That's just going to be a work in progress. Here's the point I'm making.
Yeah, wide open receivers.
It was, look, subpar. Yeah. But here's the reality. When Dan Campbell says that, and he's asked about the pass rush, well, Hutch was doubled. Okay. If the other guys you have can't win one-on-ones, doesn't that prove the point you needed to address that? Second of all, we all like Hutch, right? Like, let's set a floor here. I think the disagreements that you get in this town, some people turn him into Lawrence Taylor, and I don't believe he's that. I think he's very good. But if I have to hear about all these sacks in the first 4 weeks last year against people that are now working at Dollar Tree, third-string tackles or tight ends, my head's going to explode. You're the same people who demean Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Parsons has 4 straight 12.5 sack or better years. The only other person to do is Reggie White. I'm asking you the question. If the absolvement of non-productive games is, well, he's doubled, are you ready today, if Hutch called you and said 5 at 250, are you signing him? And mind you, I think they should sign him. But what I don't understand is we never hear about the double team stuff with the other great edges in the league. We protect this guy because he has cool face paint and he went to U of M. Why don't we just say the quiet part out loud? You like this guy, and you think he's your friend, and he's from here, and things. He's a really good player. But we got to stop if we're going to elevate him into the elite. I never hear about Nick Bosa being double-teamed. I don't hear about Myles Garrett. I don't hear about Parsons. I don't hear about T.J. Watt. You know why? Because it's part and parcel of the paycheck and the position you play. And you just got to go. You got to figure it out. So that, and that's all. Not being unfair. There's no slander. They need to pay him. I want him here. But, like, you can't have it both ways.
No, and I think a lot of, Mike, it also came from just training camp when they had the Hutch rules, where when he got close enough to the quarterback, we just blew the play dead.
Kenny, can you show Rico how I feel about that statement? Thank you.
Oh, because he's not.
The radio's a verbal medium, Mike. I don't know if that would translate.
I think the people can visualize what you just did.
I was rolling some dice, that's all.
Hey, at the end of that, here's Kenny. There you go.
No, but I mean, we were told he's.
You got to stop with this drive.
I can't.
It's
an addiction.
Hutch is so on pace, and he's back, and the Hutch rules.
Look, he's going to have a good year.
Expectations were so high. Then you had the general manager coming out saying, we got our one of one. We don't need an additional one. We have him. And we're going to try to lock him up. We're going to try to pay him. So that's why expectations were so high with the people, Mike, is because you were sold how great he was. But you're right. You don't then get to say, well, you know, he was double teamed and that's why he wasn't that good.
But when are going to people wake up to what the media is doing to them? It's the same thing with Underwood. Every former player and coach who went on air last week glazing Bryce Underwood as if he was going to go to Oklahoma and show out, was lying to their audience. And they either knew it and didn't care, or they're just too stupid to figure it out. And the people lapped it up.
Wait.
So then Bryce goes 9 for 24. Almost every ball is high. Okay? He gets one circus catch from McCauley, or he's sub 100 yards passing. The team gets dummied. And now, this week, they double down on it, telling you how special he is. And I'm going, okay, might be true, but I got to see it to say it. And the people eat it up. It's the same as the joint practices against the Dolphins. The Hutch rules. Stop it.
Well, it's
training camp,
we'll talk
man.
about the Bryce stuff later, but yeah, when you got national people saying he was the best offensive player on the field for Michigan. Huh? No, he wasn't.
How about Justin Hayes?
Yeah. If it wasn't for him.
How about this is my whole point. Let Hutch write his own story. Let Bryce Underwood write his own story. What have I said all offseason?
No.
And I'm not trying to conflate these two. I think there's a comparison, is that people speak in terms of what they want to be true.
Yes. You know why? Because you want to be the first one that said, I told you first. I remember when I told you back in, September of last year,
right,
that this guy was going to be the greatest thing ever.
You were also the same guy who told me about Joe Milton, Tate Forcier, Shane Morris, what was a fat running, Derek Green. I've heard it all. Where's Kelly Bank Robber Baraka? I've heard it all.
See, but here's
honestly, come on.
And I'm glad you said this, because it is a media problem. And taking it back to Hutch, I always felt, to me, just me, how I felt that it was PR-like when it was regarding Hutch, the Hutch rule. He's doing this in training camp. Because what is happening at the same time that was going on? Contract negotiations. What you're not going to do is have any news out there that says that Aiden Hutchinson needs time. Aiden Hutchinson's not ready. That's not ever going to come out. But the PR of, he looks great, we have to have an entire rule. It felt like PR to me.
And again, what have I said to you? I'll write it down on a piece of paper. There's one particular person who covers the NFL who's nothing more than a shill for agents, and it's not Schefter. There's somebody else. Anytime this dude's out there, he's basically just doing the agent's bidding. So, yeah, David, my point is Hutch can be a very good player. He is a very good player. But I get tired of hearing the absolvement. Now, if you tell me he needs a couple of weeks, we're cool with that. But we got yelled at that. We got yelled at for that.
I got yelled at for saying, look at all the numbers he's putting up. I said, yeah, but he's going up against backup tackles and tight ends. And, yeah, you know what? It's not his fault.
No.
He's doing his job, but I can't sit here and reward you for being the tallest kid in third grade, because that's just how it is right now.
So the two questions, and then we're going right to the phones. A, Dan Campbell saying what he said there, isn't that just infuriating about this team not addressing the pass rush all offseason? But two, look, if it's just going to be this accepted thing, well, Hutch was doubled. I mean, okay, 50 a year, 5 at 250. 4 at 200. 180 guaranteed. You in? You know my answer. I'll pay the guy. I think Aiden's a very good football player. The difference is I just don't turn him into a religious figure like some of you. He's a very good player. But come on. Now, personally, after week 1 now, I might be going to Rico's side where it's like, you know what? Maybe I make him earn the contract. Show me 6-8 dominating weeks. Carry this team. You know what? Let me turn on the tape. Let me watch you do to somebody what Myles Garrett did to Joe Burrow on Sunday when he essentially sacked him 3 straight plays.
And please, for those in the back, I'm not saying he's a bad player. I'm saying I just need to see that you are completely back from the broken leg and you still have the same talent and speed and everything else. And if you do, you get paid. But right now, he's not going to reset the market. If I'm the GM, I'll pay you.
Well, and I think
I'm not
by
resetting
the
market
fact that they didn't get it done and the fact that report was sent out that they wouldn't get it done. Look, if I was repping Aiden, I'd be going after the same thing. Yeah. My client deserves $50 million a year. Why? Reasons. You're not going to replace my client. Reasons.
Yeah.
So,
and I would say yes, and every little kid needs to go to bed
and again,
not hungry.
I'll say this for the people in the back. This is more about proof in the pudding of all offseason. We just wanted to get Aiden help. And they wouldn't do it. And they mocked you, the fans. They essentially laughed at you. Okay, so now the coach after week one is like, yeah, we got to get other places. We'll bring our backers and, other style. Aiden's doubled. Then that like proves the point. Now, again, I can say they had a bad day Sunday, and I don't think it has to carry over to Chicago. I think the pass rush will look a lot better. If it doesn't look a lot better, concern goes to panic because that Bears offensive line, specifically on the perimeter with the tackle play, not ideal. And I'll be honest with you, there were a couple of major interior disruptions with Minnesota right in Caleb's face. They have a right to get better. So do you. I'll still take your crew. If they don't look great against the Bears, I'm going to be very concerned. Because that Bears team, you can tell, Ben Johnson tore it down to the studs. This is a completely new thing. All right, we'll get to the calls next. Ticket text in a little bit. I appreciate your patience on the phone, guys. We're ready to rock and roll on a Tuesday. We'll get right with you guys next, 97.1. All right, 5 words nobody wants to hear. You need a new roof. That's a nightmare. What do you do? Who do you call? How do I trust them? You call Victor's Home Solutions. Your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free improvement project you do. With Victor's, thousands of 5-star ratings and high-quality installation. They offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install, and they focus on the little things. Precision craftsmanship goes a long way, and they keep it clean. So bottom line, nobody wants to pay high interest rates. 5-year, no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. It's Victor's. Just call them up today. Get that 21-point roof inspection, 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS. Or online anytime at victors.com. Straight to the people. Just kind of putting a bow on Lions week 1. I think it'll be all right this week at home. Defend the den. Bears don't look well put together yet. But it was the quotes from Dan Campbell. This idea of, well, Aiden's getting double teamed, and we'll get it from the other side or get it from our backers. And no. Wait a second. All offseason we were told, we have Aiden. Why are you mad? No, then you got to beat the doubles. You got to be productive. And second of all, this is why I wanted to invest in Aiden Hutchinson, get him some help. But we're idiots, according to the team's GM. So let's get it. Let's go to Terrell, 97.1. T, you're batting leadoff. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Thanks for having me. Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear. What's going on?
Perfect. Hey, so two things. I'm going to answer your question, and just allow me to cook for a second, because there was a point yesterday that I tried to call in that nobody said. First, we all like Hutch. I do too. I'm neither a Michigan nor Michigan State guy. I have friends that play for both schools, so I don't take sides. So I can say this objectively. Love the guy. I'm not paying him. He's got to produce. I want to see, if he wants that kind of money, I want to see Myles Garrett level production, and I don't think I'm being unfair with that. What he said about double team, no, that's excuses. All excuses. Don't want to hear it. Secondly, from my point yesterday, Mike and Rico, do either of you make $5-10 million a year?
No, sir.
I don't.
Okay.
No, sir.
Hey, weird. Neither do I. Yeah, we all sat on our couches at home and watched for not one but 2 seasons and said, they still need a pass rush. They still need somebody either opposite of Hutchinson or maybe even a disruptor in the middle. None of us make that kind of money, and we all sat at home and saw that. And Holmes sat there and said, you guys don't know what you're talking about. Look, we got Hutchinson. What more do you want? And so, no, I'm not buying that brand. But here's what scares me. And guys, feel free to tell me if I'm thinking too far in the future. I might. Brad Holmes is a creature of habit. He fixes things with Band-Aids. He likes to shop on the clearance rack for players and whatnot. So in my mind, I'm thinking, is there a fix to a lot of this? To that interior line, to the coaches? Is he too married to his own guys on this?
I think they are.
Tell me if I'm-
No, I think they are. I mean, I don't have a problem that when you draft a lot of good players, you want to keep a lot of good players. Not mad about it.
Of course.
But Terrell, it's this idea of being, almost insular in your approach, to where I like a lot of our own guys, but do I really need to pay all of them? Wouldn't it be a good idea to maybe go out and say, look, at the cost of a couple of people in 2 years, I need to do X right now. I lean that way, Terrell. They don't. And I think the JMO deal is another example of that. I'm not for JMO. I'm not anti-JMO. I'm indifferent. I like having him, but did I need to hand him $1 million a catch? 83 catches, 83 mil. I didn't have to get that deal done. I didn't need that deal to be done. But they did it. It's no different than the Kirby Joseph deal. We talked about it the day it happened. You could have put him on the transition tag. Go shop your own deal next year. You get first right of refusal. But what did they do? They paid him. I had no problem paying Sewell. That's a 101. And I do think at some point in time, he'll be the best left tackle in football. That could happen as soon as next year. Amon-Ra, heartbeat of the team. No stress. Pay that man his money. Right. Your quarterback, you pay that man his money. But yeah, Terrell, I don't think you're crazy. I don't think you're wrong to feel that way. I don't.
Well, I appreciate you guys' time. You have a good one.
You got it. Thanks for the call, brother. You know what I'm saying, though.
No, I agree with you on a lot of them. There's some that, you know what? Yes, I would probably not have paid them that amount of money. I get that. And for the last one, it's a different topic. I probably wouldn't have paid Goff that amount of money. But that's me. But
it's different day.
You're
not wrong.
Different day.
Different.
Yes. But yes, it does appear as if they got high on their own supply. They said, hey, we're not going to fall in love with our own players until they fell in love with their own players. and we got to lock them all up, and we got to do long term, and we want to be good for a long time, and we got to pay this guy and this guy. You got to pay him right now? Yes. Why? Because why? Because J-Mo caught 83 passes. It's not worth $83 million. Yes, it is. Not really, but it's your money, not mine.
I like having him.
Yeah.
I'd rather have J-Mo than not.
Yes.
However, when I put 3 third-round picks into this mercurial talent that is Tesla, who is a prototypical outside receiver, I felt like I insured myself enough where J-Mo becomes an outright luxury. And I'm just going to move on from that next year. Not anymore. We're not. Okay. Rock and roll. Let's go to Ron, 97.1. Ronnie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys, thanks for the call. You know, both you guys I agree with you 100%, especially, you know, even Rico. You know, the fact that, you know, Hutch's camp is the one that tied up this contract. Oh, we're going to wait. We're going to make you guys wait till we get the highest paid. Oh, okay, good. Guess what? Bet on yourself. Tell me that when you guys, before the game, you didn't sit there and say, well, I know what Green Bay's going to do. They're going to double Hutch, and then they're going to have 2 high safety J-Mo, and we're going to beat the inside of that offensive lineup. You know, I told this call screener, I said, I wake up Saturday morning to find out we signed J-Mo for almost $30 million. And I'm like, and I know that you might not want to hear this part, but Trey Hendrickson signed for $30 million.
I know.
Could you imagine Trey on the other? Could you imagine Hendricks Sunday on the other side of Hutch?
That's the whole point.
Man,
Ron, honestly, it would be generational. It would be something that teams just cannot work around. Mm-hmm. And I think it would have made you the favorite to win the Super Bowl in the NFC. I'm with you.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt, you know, and then one last thing. Am I the only guy that saw about a year ago, 2 years ago, that Ragnar was starting to see the wear? That, you know, the player that I wanted was the guy Pittsburgh drafted, Zach Frazier, that center.
To West Virginia.
You play him at guard, you know, and he learns how to make the play calls. And because I'm going to tell you this right now, I said this last year, and this team will only go as far as Goff's going to take them. And if you're going to blow up the middle with that center, that poor play that we had at center from Glasnow, I got it. One last thing, guys.
Yeah, Ron. Mm-hmm.
Did I miss it, or was Green Bay doing all those loops on their ends and crisscrossing? We lined Hutch up on the left side and said, "Go get him."
Well, the other thing you did with Hutch, I wasn't huge on, and you did it with Davenport a little bit, the drop cover.
Yes.
I don't need that. I understand there's a once in a blue moon you'll do it, but when I see it multiple times in the same game, I don't need that.
No.
Look, let's hope week 1 was a learning experience for the coordinators and for the players. Ron, I will be really surprised if it doesn't look a lot better this week against Chicago. And if it doesn't, then we have a different conversation.
But Mike,
yeah, buddy,
it is Chicago.
I know.
Okay,
I'm not throwing a parade, Ron.
Come in here on Monday and, hey guys, look, it's all fixed and we're ready to go. Yeah.
No. Then they'll get the reality check against Baltimore on Monday Night Football 2 weeks from now. Ron, it's a longer term thing. I'm with you.
Baltimore's going to spank us.
It's possible.
Right, which is why you have to do something against Chicago.
Yeah, this is just hold serve.
Yes.
And I would expect, look, I'll be surprised if Hutch doesn't tally a sack. You don't get a sack against the Bears. Or how about this? Multiple pressures. Mm-hmm. Caleb's hard to get down. He's hard to take down.
Where you actually say, okay, you know what? He affected the game. He affected the ball.
That's what you're paying
Chicago
for.
Offense.
Yeah.
Yes.
And ultimately, look, if the sack total's a little bit low, but the pressures are extreme, which Hutch has had, it's another reason why your refusal to spend on the other side of him is why a lot of those pressures don't result in sacks. The other problem
But now eventually I'm going to need to see him do that against good teams.
I am aware. And the other problem is one of the key pieces of your defensive line, and this has been a known thing, Aleem McNeil is not coming back anytime soon. So I don't have a fix for that. And they knew that. Their answer was Bob Lopez, or whatever his name is. Pete, Bob, Frank Lopez from Scarface.
I think it's Roy.
I'm waiting for him to hit was it Al-Qadin, or however you pronounce it.
Bob Mohammed.
Bob Mohammed.
Almondine Muhammad.
There it is, Almondine.
What about Bob O'Connor? He's back in the fold. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls will continue. We're going to get a lot of college football going as well. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games, best viewing experience built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen. Circa Resort and Casino, right in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. All right, touch table on some other football briefly. It's time for football today.
All right, boys. We got a hodgepodge.
Wait
That's
a minute.
Right.
It's Kenny.
We got we got a hodgepodge of college and professional.
Okay.
Let's start college. We had 4 ranked teams in college football with 70-plus points, one shy of the most points in AP poll history. My question to you guys is this a sign that college football is truly becoming the haves and the have-nots? We're going to be seeing a lot more of this type of stuff.
I think, did Oregon end up at 70 or was it like 68?
Thought they had 71.
No. I think they ended up at like 6. Yeah, they were in the 6.
I was going to say that
still right there.
That game speaks to what Kenny's saying. Like that should never happen between Oregon and Oklahoma State.
Okay, but I think that's an outlier. That
69, right there.
That was
nice.
That was Oregon. That's why I didn't say the number, David. That was Oregon.
Oh, okay. I got you.
It was Oregon proving a point to
Mike
Mike Gundy.
Leave that one out.
Because Mike Gundy said, we're not rich like them. Like, actually, you are.
But Florida State played East Texas A&M. Didn't know who they were. You had, what was it?
Ohio State, Grambling.
1-double or D2 or whatever Grambling is.
Yeah, Alabama, UL Monroe.
And UL Monroe shouldn't be D1 anymore. So I'll say no, Kenny. The only game that really highlights that would be Oregon and Okie State. And to Rico's point, Dan Lanning is King Petty. I'll say no.
Right. That was purposely. It probably should have stopped it like in the 40s, but he had to really prove a point to Mike Gundy.
So I saw a stat earlier today, and I want to know your guys' opinion on how this is humanly possible. Mississippi State first non-conference home win over a ranked team in 34 years. How do they go that long without that?
The SEC does not, outside of their top couple of powers, want to play big-time matchups. Second of all, who the hell's scheduling a game in Starkville? Like, when you call and say, would you like to play us, I hang up the phone before you get to the second S in Mississippi.
Right.
It's not happening.
How much are you going to pay us?
Then factor in they're largely an ass program. I mean, I love Stark Vegas, and it's a scene, but they just have no historical relevance in that conference. So unlike Georgia, who will play at the Mercedes-Benz Dome, or like no one is going down there to play.
Have you been there?
Starkville?
Yeah.
No, only Ole Miss. I haven't been to Stark Vegas.
I've been close. I was right around the area. In for a funeral. They were there that Saturday. It was a lot of fans that did not like me.
Oh, jeez. Hey, Martha.
So I have a question for you guys.
With you?
Jeez.
Are you one of the players?
Oh, no.
You really?
There's the quarterback.
Kenny, I'd read something.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You might want to read something.
So let's talk about a white guy. Arch Manning. We worried about this guy's shoulder at all? Mm-hmm. Is there something going down over there?
He was grimacing every time he threw it. Then Sark gaslights the media. Where on earth did you get that from? I don't know, watching the game. He also wasn't very good again. So, yeah, I'm concerned.
I'm very concerned because I wouldn't have been, but the fact that Sark came out there and just tried to downplay it. Because if he comes out there and says, yeah, we're going to take a look at it, that lets me know, okay, maybe you sit him out the next game or so, or you're very gingerly. But to act like it didn't happen, that's crossing your fingers and praying to God the x-rays are negative.
Just doesn't look right. The arm strength's not there. The velocity's not there. The performance isn't there. At least I would have a reason other than, I guess this kid's overrated. Go ahead, Kenny.
So I think we brought it up earlier. I think this deserves time to dedicate a segment of time to. Do we have any takeaways from last night regarding Ben Johnson and regarding J.J. McCarthy?
I think for Ben Johnson, I'll do Ben Johnson. I'll leave you J.J., Mike. How about that?
Sure.
Ben Johnson, to me, I think he found out I got a lot of work to do. His scripted plays seemed to work well. After that, Caleb went off script and Ben didn't know what to do. And at the end of the game, he realized that it's a different animal being the offensive coordinator and being the head coach because he didn't know how to end that game with late in the game with 2 minutes and 2 seconds left. Instead of just kicking the ball out of bounds and making sure because you only had one timeout.
How about having a kicker that can get it through the end zone?
Okay, at that point, I don't care.
No, I know. I'm just making a point.
Just kick it out of bounds
You're right.
that you save time. I don't care if they start at the 45. Give yourself some time to get the ball back. And I think at that point, we talk about how sometimes the moment is too big for quarterbacks. I think the moment got big for Ben, and he wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, for JJ, look, I've said it all off season. He's the wild card of maybe the whole NFL. And that's a Super Bowl roster. I mean, Brian Flores is an elite DC. That's a really good defense. I think once they let JJ play, he started to gain confidence, blossom, got his legs involved. He had a couple of nice throws. I would be encouraged. The first half, it felt like I was watching Michigan, Oklahoma.
I thought it was Michigan, TCU.
No, but they were protecting him, and it's like, you know what?
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Hey, man, I think O'Connell said, we just got to go. Yeah. I was very encouraged. And to me, very good win for Minnesota. They don't have to be works of art, but that's a very nice win.
And here's the thing for Minnesota. If you're a Vikings fan, you still don't have your full complement of receivers yet.
No. And you didn't have Christian Darrisaw last night. He was supposed to go. Yeah. Didn't. That's going to be your starting left tackle.
Yeah. So it's only, I think, going to get better for Minnesota.
Jordan Mason's better than Aaron Jones.
Also,
really? Just throwing that out there.
One more note from that game. I understand players wearing like jewelry and bling and all this stuff. Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, it's got to stop.
Man, was that a little much? I think that was a little much.
He looked like he was wearing B. Arthur's pearls. Enough. Dude, one diamond necklace is too much. You're in a football game. This guy's got 7 of them.
Didn't he break it in a game once? And it's like, if I'm...
He did.
Yeah, hey, ref, can you help me pick up my diamonds? No.
Like, it's got to be heavy on his neck.
It's just it's an absurdity.
David, and I got to think that it's got to be a safety issue, because if I go to tackle you and my fingers get caught in there and something happens and it gets dislocated... But you know what? You look nice in your bling. Dude, wear your jewelry at the club, not during the game.
It was so distracting. I was like, every time they cut to him, I was like, geez, is this for real?
It's the same thing with Derrick Henry. Guy had like 17 words around his neck. I'm going, what are we doing?
Okay, you know what? You can tell Derrick Henry to take it off.
No, I'm making a point. I mean, it's just there's
Derrick,
no reason.
It looks great on you.
Okay. There's just no reason.
No, I'm with you. It's like, or like players who wear watches, like, where are you going right now? You got to be someplace?
That's happening in college, isn't it? The kids are wearing the Apple Watches or whatever.
Yeah, it's like, do you need to be someplace during the game?
We live in a society of idiots. Go ahead.
Another fun stat. Joe Burrow started at 1-9 in his career in the first 2 weeks of the schedule so far. Yeah. What percentage of this is a Joe Burrow problem or a Cincy problem?
I'd say 75% Cincy. Takes a village. Mm-hmm. And I mean, by the way, Kenny should be 1-10. They had no business beating the Browns. Got outgained by about 300 yards. The Browns missed an extra point. The Browns missed a chip shot field goal. Burrow threw for like 10 yards. Awful. I mean, I tell you what, you can't feel bad after a win in the NFL,
yes, you can.
But I sure as hell wouldn't feel good.
No, that one you can. Are we singing the fight? No, we're not singing anything. We're not doing anything.
No, we're actually ashamed of this.
We're just going to get on the plane. I don't want to hear anybody celebrating. Well, we won. No. Did we?
By default. Right. It's like if the cop doesn't show up to fight the ticket, you still were guilty.
Right.
Now let's just get out of here.
And we'll never speak of this again.
Right.
So this one I want David and I want Rico specifically. Mike, you're welcome to answer this as well.
No, I think this sounds racial.
No, it's not. It's
it
about
actually kind of did. We're talking about back to Mississippi State?
It's about their teams, damn it.
Okay.
So Jabril Peppers likely to go to the Steelers per Rappaport, and Jake Moody out in San Fran. That's for Rico.
David?
Peppers is just a body. We just lost our safety. He'll be gone for a little bit, so he's just a body. He'll be gone. Yeah, he'll be gone in 6 weeks. Man.
You could ask Mike about him.
No, I'm not excited about that.
He was invited to the Heisman Trophy. Most fraudulent thing I've ever seen. Rico, Moody, I said it yesterday. You had to get rid of him. You got rid of him.
Yeah. You knew Moody was gone when you saw the reaction. I know Lions fans didn't because you're watching the game. He misses a field goal. It hits the upright, bounces off, and Shanahan just basically drops an F-bomb and just wanted to throw his headset off. That was the moment you knew he was cut. They went for it.
Did you just go Morgan Freeman?
Yeah.
And that was the moment he knew.
Yeah, it was. Mike, that was the moment you knew he was cut. And, yeah, they start going for it. Kenny, he got injured, and he never got his mojo back. And it's the NFL.
He was such a good kicker in college, but he's been dreadful as a pro.
And he was money his first year. And then last year he went out there and he shouldn't have kicked. He should have taken the time off. But I think he was afraid he was going to get usurped and lose his job because a new kicker would have come in there. And, well, congratulations.
Sorry.
You're unemployed.
You'll go in the draft. You'll get Bobby Zavala or whatever his name is. You'll be all set. We'll keep that Go Blue pipeline for you.
All right.
And that is your In Football Today.
Guys, let me tell you about Matrix, because as you know, Matrix is putting together my unfinished basement. As a matter of fact, the guys are there right now. We're getting close to the finish line. They started a few weeks ago, and I'm telling you, every day you're just seeing the improvement. The walls are going up. The molding is going up. Next, they got to paint, and then the kitchenette's going in. I can't wait until I can enjoy my basement done by Matrix Basements. Why should you wait? Check out matrixbasements.com. Tons of great ideas, great before and after photos. You get a free consultation. They'll come up with some great ideas for you. And you know what? You can then go in there and say, you know what? I like this, but what if you do that instead? No problem. They will fix it. They will make you love whatever it is that they're going to do for you, whether it's a totally complete basement, you're adding a new room, a bar, whatever it is. Go to matrixbasements.com right now to get your basement dreams turned into a reality.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions are back in the field against the Bears Sunday. What does Dan Campbell want to see improve? In other NFL news, the 49ers have placed tight end George Kittle on injured reserve with his hamstring injury. Ex-Michigan player Jabril Peppers has inked a deal with the Steelers. After their off day yesterday, the Tigers begin a series against the Yankees tonight. Will Warren against Casey Mize, the pitching matchup. New York went through their own struggles, but have taken the last 2 series. Hear how they do tonight, right here on the ticket at 7:05. The White House confirmed that President Donald Trump will in fact be in attendance for the final game of the series on Thursday, marking the anniversary of 9/11. The Athletic released their latest MLB power rankings. They have the Tigers tied for 3rd with the Blue Jays. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock hour here. We've been talking about the Lions. If you missed any of the talk, you can use the Odyssey Rewind. A little bit about basically Dan Campbell coming out saying, to paraphrase, hey, a lot of guys need to improve on their one-on-ones. You heard it in Jeremy's update. Hutch was getting double-teamed. And it gets to the point where, at least for me, you know, you don't get to be that guy. You don't get to be him, as the kids say, and then complain about double teams. So we're talking about that, and we're also going to get to some Michigan talk as well.
Let's get to the You want to get – well, let's do Michigan and Michigan State, but why don't we just do it? Let's get into the Bryce Underwood thing because, boy, I feel like we got to do all these qualifiers and PSAs. I'm letting Bryce Underwood write his own story. Now, that means – when you play nobody, I'm not going to really take stock in it. And when you go on the road and you largely fall on your face, I'm also not going to rip them. I'm not. But what I'm not going to do is what I'm already seeing some of these propagandists do in the national media. I'm not going to glaze him either. We're not going to sit here and talk about how he's the best player on the field for Michigan. No, he wasn't. And in fact, the game plan was suggestive of a coaching staff that doesn't feel like he's ready to play. Now, you can go down that road of, well, then why'd you pay him $15 million? Because you have to. Because if you can get the number 1 recruit in the class and a guy that a lot of people think very highly of, you get him. Mm-hmm. Now, here's the problem. When you get that player, I think part of what you should do is sit the player. Okay, so we're not going to do that. Well, then the next thing you're going to do is you probably got to throw him into the fire. Why? Because every struggle today will be progress tomorrow. Exactly. Now, if Sharon and company are going to run that happy horse bleep where it's run, run, pass, run, run, pass, run, run, pass, well, the other problem for Bryce is he's not advanced enough in a known passing down, and he's not accurate enough right now because everything's a rocket, and it's largely high. Mm-hmm. And, oh, by the way, you got to use his legs. Yeah. You got to – look, the whole question I would have, and I'm asking you and I would ask the people, how do you want this handled? For me, I told you from day one, I'm not doing narrative crap. Once he's here, he's here. I don't care if he was number 1 player on planet Earth. What do you do when you're here? Can they still have a nice season? Yeah. But that game plan suggested to me he's not ready. Mm-hmm. Now, the immediate thing is to what? Attack the coaching staff. Okay. But you have to be willing to lose games. That if you unleash Bryce Underwood, you take the bad with the good and vice versa.
Yes.
So I want to know what Michigan fans want, but what I can't do, what I will not do, is this, well, he's still incredible. There's nothing incredible about 9 for 24 for 140 yards. In a game you got drilled.
No.
Final score did not indicate how bad that game was. So I'm asking you, I'm asking the fans, I'm asking David.
Mike, you know what? You stole the words out of my mouth. For Michigan fans, you got to pick your poison. Either you let Bryce cook and go out there and make mistakes and be young and do dumb things and do smart things.
Be better for it next year.
And he's going to win you some games and you're going to be like, wow, he looks great. He's going to lose you some games. You're going to be like, oh, my God, I can't believe he threw that pick or he fumbled the ball or he missed that wide open receiver. Yes, that's problematic. But that comes with you could end up at 5-7, 6-6, 7-5. You won't be in the playoff chase, and you're going to have a mediocre season. But as you said, it sets you up for next year because now the training wheels are off. He learned. The offense right now, Are they holding him back? Absolutely they are. Sherrone Moore said so. He knows, I don't have a backup QB. If Bryce gets hurt, we're back to square one.
But isn't that on Sherrone in this program?
It is. No, it is. But as far as Bryce right now, you're not helping this kid develop. You're not helping him grow by just letting him throw on third down, because the reason why his throws are high, Mike, the one thing I've learned in following so many football, high throws, that's adrenaline. That's just, you're so excited. When you're throwing it low, you're tired. When you're skipping the ball down there, unless you're Alex Orji, that means that, you know what, you're tired and your arm's just not strong enough. You let Bryce go out there. He's going to make mistakes. And there's so many examples of quarterbacks in that very first year because you paid him, you got to play him. Should he sit? Absolutely. But then you're kind of wasting your money and you're crossing your fingers he doesn't transfer next year. So since we're paying him, we might as well see what he has. You look at Dylan Raiola from Nebraska. He came in, highly rated quarterback. Nebraska paid a ton of money for the kid, and they started him from day one. And you know what he looked like? A freshman. And he made some awful plays, and he did some dumb things. And I'm not even talking about trying to be Patrick Mahomes' illegitimate kid.
That's just weird.
That is. But he got better. You look at a lot of players. Aiden Childs, up the road. Last year, hey, Michigan fans, remember when you used to make fun of Aiden Childs and laugh and yuck it up and be like, look at Aiden Childs. Well, that's what you're going to have with Bryce. He's going to make mistakes. He's going to throw interceptions. He's going to fumble the ball. He's going to miss wide open receivers.
And he's going to throw a laser beam and look like he should play on Sundays.
And then
welcome to young quarterback play.
Yeah, and then he'll do something you're going to be like, wow. Now I see why they paid him all that money. But it's a combo meal. You don't get to pick and choose what you want. So you're going to have to accept the losses, but he's going to be better for you next year.
Yeah, and look, I'll throw the number. I really do want to know what, because I think talking to a couple of Wolverine friends of mine, there was almost like a general surprise that he didn't look great. And I said, well, maybe next time, think that the media is feeding you garbage. Like when people go out and they're just like, he's the greatest player to ever play the sport in everdom, maybe you should probably cross-reference that and go, you know what? Power it down.
Yeah.
Anyone with a brain knew he was going to go to Oklahoma, struggle, and probably get pancaked.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's not reinventing the wheel. So all I would advise is, all week leading up to that game, you had media lying to you. No one with a brain, much less the people who played this sport, thought that kid at 18 years old was going to go into Norman, Oklahoma at night in a must-win game for Brent Venables and show out.
Yeah.
No one. So the next time he has a good game, like this weekend when he beats up on St. Leo's Monastery.
Central Michigan.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Because here's the thing. If you sit, like the best thing that ever happened, and David, I'll let you can take it to 6 if you want.
Yeah, I like that plan.
You look at a guy like Dante Moore. Came in. He went to UCLA. They paid him money.
He was awful.
He threw more pick sixes than he did touchdowns. Then he goes to Oregon, and he sits for a year. And now you got a guy who could possibly be sitting in New York for the Heisman Trophy. Now, I'm not going to say he's going to win it, but he actually looks like he knows what he's doing. Why?
He's a third-year quarterback, brother.
He suffered. He went through the pain. He went through all of the stuff. And he's better for it on the other end.
I just don't understand why Michigan didn't, when you have the level of money they have to pay for Bryce, then why not just go and pay for a Carson Beck?
See, I think they did when they went and brought the Fresno State quarterback
Mikey Keene?
But he got hurt.
Mikey Keene sucks.
Which leads me to what I wanted to say. Because
you're pointing your finger and I don't like it.
You are talking, Mike, you were talking about the media lying to us about Bryce. They've been lying to us. And Sherrone Moore's been lying to us since August 25th, when the news came out that Bryce Underwood, quote unquote, won the job. He didn't win the job because Mikey Keene was supposed to be his competition in camp, but he was never healthy to be his competition. And Bryce was always going to have the job over Jaden Davis. So what happens is now they're forced to start him. And instead of actually letting him play, they're afraid to let him do the things and make mistakes. Let him make the mistakes.
Well, David, because I think I think he was going to be Bryce was going to start week 5.
Eventually, yes.
After the bye, I think Mikey King was going to take them these first 4 games. They go into a bye week, and then after the Nebraska game, that was going to be Bryce's first game.
But they can't protect him. Just let him play.
Well, hold on. So I'm kind of with you in this regard, David. You've made your bed. You got to lie in it. If I'm a Michigan fan, I am more than willing I don't want to use a term like throw the season away.
No, but that's what you're pretty much doing.
I'm all about next year knowing Bryce Underwood is ready to be a Heisman contender. He's ready to lead us to the playoff. He is ready to look like a first-round pick. There is no predictive measure with quarterbacks. Right. This is my problem is I'm very jaded. I'm cynical because I've heard it all before from so many other schools. Look what we're dealing with Arch Manning right now. He's not that good.
I understand. But you are essentially throwing your season away.
By letting him play?
By letting him play because you're not going to win some games that you pound your chest about. You may not beat Ohio State. You may not beat Nebraska. You may not beat Michigan State. But he's going to get better.
My point is, to David's point, last night with J.J. McCarthy, and I know the NFL is different, but hear me on this. Kevin O'Connell did what Sharon did in the first half of that game last night. And it wasn't doing J.J., it was doing him a disservice. The question would be, isn't it better to find out? And not against CMU or a New Mexico team that shouldn't be Division I. No, let's find out. Let's let him play. And part of this has to be, use his legs. Mm-hmm. Let this kid be the physical specimen that he is. So I want to know from fans what they want.
But the thing about that, Mike, is when you do that, sometimes it's why you don't see players get rushed up to the major leagues too quickly, because if they're bad, it destroys their psyche. And now you got to worry about the mental as well as the physical.
Dude, bottom line, that's why you should have gone to LSU and sat behind Nussmeier for a year. Okay?
You know what?
I said it.
You win.
And if Michigan was going to pay him $15 million, then you had $17 million for a senior quarterback to play this year and go, Bryce, we're going to get you drafted number 1 overall. You're going to win a national championship, and we're paying you $15 million. Learn from this guy. He's 4 years older than you. That's it. Okay. It would have been better for Bryce. He gets paid, family gets paid, and it helps his development. I didn't do this. So he's here now. I got to play him.
Yes.
Which means play him, to David's point. All right, I know we're over time. Summer's heating up. No, it's not. Winter's on its way. That's the bad surprise for you. It's very simple. And your furnace blows out, you're freezing your ass off. You're going to thank me later. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. You'll save up to $1,000. New furnace, new AC, new generator, save up to $1,000. Call for details. Schedule your free and home estimate. Mastercraft, honest work, great same-day service. When you call before noon, it's mastercraftheating.com.
We're talking Michigan and Bryce Underwood and whether Michigan should just bite the bullet and let Bryce go out there and learn and air the ball out and basically set up plays in order to make him a better quarterback for the future. 248-539-9797. Mike, I will also add this point.
Yes.
The Michigan offensive line is not the same offensive line we've seen for the past couple of years.
True.
The
wide receivers are also very average. I hate to break that to you.
This
is why, once again, Bryce probably shouldn't be playing this year, but I'm a bad person.
And they may be down another offensive lineman. I forgot which one got injured in the game.
I think it was El Hadi.
Yeah, El Hadi. Yeah,
He's the kid from Sterling Heights, right?
Yeah. So that offensive line is not like it was when JJ was there and they could protect him and they can open up the holes. This offensive line, very pedestrian.
Look, the other conversation that just needs to be had is like, okay, we've handed there's no way to, it doesn't matter. I went to the wrong school. No one's going to listen. When I hand the number one recruit in America and I hand him to Lincoln Riley, or I hand him to Lane Kiffin, or if I hand him to Brian Kelly, and they play quarterback and they go to these established QB factories, there's a different talent around those players and there's a different structure. I've handed it to Sharon Moore, whose claim to fame is 32 straight runs against Penn State.
I forgot about that.
So now I understand you have Chip Lindsley and again, the Sam Howell connection. I think he was there for Drake May. Fine. The point I'm making is when you have this player, while no player is bigger than the program, this is a bit of a unique situation. I do think you need to tailor what you do to this player. I don't think asking Bryce Underwood to be a game manager is going to benefit him. The problem, again, Rico, he's 18 years old. Mm-hmm. I never liked the hype associated with him because I didn't think it was fair to him. And I'm not going to bury the kid. You know what I expected on Saturday night? Just about what you got. The point I'm making is you didn't do him any favors.
No.
And it's not going to help him get better when, as you put it, you're Godzilla of the gym class. Right. He's going to go out against the Michigan School for the Deaf this Saturday. You think I care what numbers he puts up?
No.
Get out of here.
And as I said, the offensive line, just not good. Take away the 75-yard run, and Hayes, 18 carries, 50 yards rushing. So
by the way, I'm not making anything of the sideline exchange. These are young men on the road, hostile environment, in a competitive situation. No. I don't care that they yelled at each other. I do not care.
You know what? The only thing I would say to Bryce is this. Son, you're making this amount of money. There's a camera dedicated to you throughout the entire game. So everything that you do is going to be on TV. Don't pick your nose. Don't yell at your teammates. Don't do anything stupid because there's going to be a camera that captures that.
Plain and simple. I'm pretty sure Joel Klatt owns it.
But yeah, I mean, you argue with your teammate. Yeah, you know what? That
who cares? Happens. It's football. It happens 10 times a game.
I enjoyed it. For him to be young and a freshman, I enjoyed it. He went back into his teammate's face. Good.
Now, David, my only thing is, Bryce, that's a two-way street.
They have to be able to go at you.
Yes,
correct.
When you do something stupid,
now they can come to you.
Don't get into your feelings because, I make all this money and you can't talk to me. So you could be a leader, but a true leader can also take it.
David, what do the ticket texts have to say? And then we'll go to the callers.
Run, pass. That's all they asked him to do. It's pathetic play calling. I do blame Sharon Moore. If they are going to start a true freshman, let him off the leash. He needs every snap he can get.
And again, you have to be okay with the good and the bad. But I think it'll make him better next year. It was a weird comment where Sharon said they're eventually going to let him run. What? That wasn't a preseason game Saturday. It's very bizarre to me.
It's beyond bizarre, Mike, but I think it was more knows I don't have a backup QB right now. So I can't let you run. And then when he did run against New Mexico I think he wasn't running, but he threw a block and he led with his throwing shoulder.
In the first game, yeah.
And it was just like, no. That's not what – this ain't Belleville. You're not playing in high school football anymore. These guys out here, they can hit just as hard. So that's, I think, where they're at. They can't afford to lose him. And that's problem. That's on Michigan. It's not Bryce's problem. That's a Michigan problem.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to you, but I'm going to be disrespectful to Mikey Keene. Your answer can't be Mikey Keene. Sorry, not sorry. You're Michigan, for God's sakes. Like, if you have the money to get Bryce Underwood and you have the money to pay this team, you have to go out and get a legitimate quarterback. Sorry. Go ahead, David.
This is why Julian Sayin looks so comfortable right now starting at Ohio State. He sat behind a multi-year veteran in Will Howard.
Thank you.
And learned what it means to lead a team. Bryce is losing that opportunity.
That, again, you made your bed. You got to lie in it. It didn't make sense if you weren't going to have someone here to help. Look, Aiden Childs is going to turn 20 on Friday. He's still not even being close to a finished product. That's a top 60 recruit. I know he couldn't hold Bryce's jock. The point is, it takes time. It's really difficult.
And look at Dante Moore now. It took time.
Yes.
Yeah. Raiola starts to look a lot better. I think they put up 70 on whoever they played.
Dude, they played a collection of farmers. Are you serious? You know better than that. Let's go to the people, shall we?
No, but he still looks, aside from the weirdness, he looks better than he did last year.
Let me go to Tony, 97.1. Tone, what's the good word, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Tony. What's up?
I'm sorry for the background noise. I'm at work.
No, you're just fine. Go ahead.
Well, I kind of agree with both you guys. I don't necessarily think Bryce played bad against Oklahoma. I thought he played like a freshman. I thought he's done some things that I like. But going against Central Michigan, they have to let him throw at least 40 times in the game. This is the time to practice your throwing, see what you got at receivers for this game before you go into Nebraska. I think they definitely need to let him loose more than what they have done. Because like the guy said on the tic-tac, just running up the middle every play and then passing on third down, bubble screens and slant. We really don't know what kind of receivers we got because they don't get the ball past 5 yards.
No, Tony, look, the next litmus test, Tony, I don't want you to think ill of me, but he could go out, throw for 250 with 3 touchdowns against CMU. I don't care. The next judgment I'll have on him is against Nebraska. What you do against the homeless people of college football, I don't care where you were recruited, good, bad, or otherwise. It's irrelevant.
But Mike.
No, I'm saying use it as a practice ground like you're saying. But what I'm not going to do is if they come out of that game against CMU, Tone, and you know what's going to happen. Oh, my God, he invented football. It's not fair to the kid to do that.
But can I ask you guys a question?
Sure.
Okay. First of all, I look at it as confidence builder.
Yes.
Going against CMU, so showing that you can throw the ball, run the ball for him for a freshman as a confidence builder. But listening to you guys, I don't see the media build up no more on him than any top number 1 recruit in the nation would be in any other city. What's the same?
Oh, no, Tony.
So you don't.
Tony,
you had Nebraska last year.
Dylan Raiola didn't get a third of what Bryce is getting right now. You have people
You don't think so?
No, Tony. This is national. It's insanity.
The only thing you got with Dylan Raiola was him and the whole comparison to Patrick Mahomes because he wants to look like him, because he wants to wear the same number. But on this, it's national
Nobody
media.
in national media rolled out Tony and said he's the best singular freshman in the history of the sport. No national media came out after any quarterback in the history of the sport went 9 for 24, barely threw for 130 yards, and has the audacity to say he was the most impressive player on the field. Nobody had buildup after playing a New Mexico team with 70 new players, and he played fine enough, and he made 3 high-level throws, and all week it was pushed. He would somehow go to Norman, Oklahoma at night and beat the Oklahoma Sooners. I've never seen anything like it.
Or asking John Mateer, who right now is the leading candidate for the Heisman, well, what does he think about Bryce?
Yeah, I've never seen that. No one came out last year and went, I'm telling you, this Dylan Raiola kid, he's going to lead him to a playoff. Yeah. No one said that.
Yeah.
No, and it's not fair to Bryce. I don't care. The national media can do whatever they want to do. I don't have to subscribe to it. Let the kid write his own story. Rico, take him to church.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. All September long, Hamilton is participating in the Pickups for Paws campaign, supporting Rebel Dogs Detroit. For every pet that is loved and cared for, there are so many that are unlucky. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet and drop off pet-friendly supplies in the bed of the Silverado in their showroom. Your donation will make a difference. Trust me. Then you could talk to Andrew and the sales staff about getting into a new Chevy. I was just talking to Andrew this morning. That includes the September Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $299 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. All you have to do is walk into Hamilton with $995 down, and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. You know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers have just 4 wins in their last 13 games. They'll look to turn it around tonight against the Yankees right here on the ticket. Casey Mize will toe the rubber for them at 7:05. The Blue Jays have placed shortstop Bo Bichette on the 10-day injured list with a left knee sprain. ESPN released their latest NFL power rankings. They have the Lions at number 8. And according to Shams, the Chicago Bulls have inked restricted free agent Josh Giddey to a 4-year, $100 million extension. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Right back to business. Tom's in Oxford. He's been very patient. He's up next on 97.1. Tommy, what's good, buddy?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing today?
Great, Tom. What's on your mind?
So here's my take on the whole Michigan thing. I'm a Michigan fan, but to me, with this cupcake schedule we got, he pretty much pencils in for 7 or 8 wins anyway. And let's face it, Ohio State's going to roll us this year. Let's just let the kid open the playbook up, let the kid play, and let's see what he's got. Screw all this little dink and stuff. Let's let it go.
I'm kind of moving to that point of view, Tommy, because Saturday night you didn't give him a real chance. It's suggestive he's not ready, which creates a completely other narrative. You may as well let him go out, baptism by fire. Like, Tom, here's the thing, Tommy. I mean, you, me, and Rico, we all like college football, right? I used to. The old days, this kid never would play.
Yeah.
He would sit.
Yeah.
Why? Because it's inadvisable to play him. But we're here now, right? You know, some stranger paid a boatload of money. If you're going to play him, play him. Otherwise, what's the point?
And see, Tom, maybe this Saturday will be the dress rehearsal, and you could say, hey, Dad's not home, so we can just go out and party. Sharon Moore's not going to be coaching the team against Central Michigan. Just let him be Bryce and see what he is. And you know what? If he lights it up, okay. You know what? We got some things that we can work with for the upcoming games. Because you should be able to beat Central Michigan regardless.
But you're never going to go to Nebraska with that game plan from Oklahoma and beat them. Not that game plan.
Here's the thing I don't get, guys. We all expected them to lose against Oklahoma. I'm not saying if you would have opened the playbook up, it would have been different. But maybe you would have had a few more points on the board, and the kid would have looked way better. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe, or he could have looked a lot worse. That's the problem. And I mean, Tommy, I'm not being a hater saying it. Like, it's no different for find any freshman quarterback. That's the way it is when you go on the road for the first time, especially at a place like Oklahoma. That wasn't UTEP.
Yeah.
So it might have looked really, really bad. So, okay, if you wanted to protect him there, maybe. That's got to stop, though. Otherwise, what's the point of any of this? Now, David, look, here's the one thing. You watch Michigan every week. I think they're short on talent. They don't have a lot of offensive talent, David.
No, you're exactly right. It's like, receiver, who are you? Like,
No,
it doesn't make any – they're not that great.
So the point I'm making to you is, and I understand it's not a perfect, vis-a-vis comparison, but J.J. McCarthy is surrounded by elite talent in Minnesota, right? Including an elite defense. I think Michigan's defense is good. I'm not ready to tell you the top 5 in America. The point is, Bryce doesn't have that. So you do run the risk. You could cut it loose against real opponents. Like I said, I don't care what he does against St. Leo's homeless shelter. But, you cut it loose against Nebraska, it could look bad. Are you okay with that?
I'm good with that because, again, I treat it like the NFL now. Let him go, do his thing, and then in the offseason, free agency, quote unquote, the portal, go get someone. Go get some talent.
It's wild to hear you say it, but he's right. It is. It's the NFL. I don't care if you're a rookie. You have to play. You're Cam Ward.
Let him play.
I need you to play.
Not a lot of talent around him. Just like the NFL, we'll just draft some talent the next year.
So
we'll
you go out and get some
portal.
receivers is what you're saying? No, but here's the thing, David. You go to Nebraska, he cuts it loose, and it ends up being 3 picks. And he looks, 3 picks, 120 yards.
I'd rather do that than do run, pass because he'll learn from it.
Mike, I'm totally with you. The only problem is I don't think Michigan fans understand what comes with turning him loose. Means games you will lose means, oh, wait, people aren't looking at us. We're not going to have our own road show again. We're not going to be a playoff contending team. No, you're not. But you may be next year. but not this year. You are essentially writing off this year and saying we're okay with just being average to maybe below average.
You could try to protect them on your way to 10-2. You could try. It's going to be a heavy lift, but if it's run, pass, and it's a limited, route tree for him, and we're not going to let him run, and we're going to. Look, like for MSU, their next litmus test is USC. Michigan's is going to be Nebraska. Mm-hmm. What you do in those games is what matters.
For me, and it's a lot like the Lions game. For Michigan, they run a lot of play action, hitting the tight end, hitting the receivers type of thing. If you take away the running game, which they don't really have, that offensive line is not good. I don't think you're going to just kind of protect Bryce to 10-2 because I'm going to load up the box and say, oh, okay, beat me. I don't think you got the receivers. Bryce, even if you got a cannon for an arm, these guys can't catch balls.
I mean, McCauley saved them on one, but to your point, you're not wrong. It's I don't know. I don't know what the answer is. We're in a very weird time in college football. I struggle with it because I think it's unfair to the kid. I think he'd be better served by not playing, but I know we don't live in that day and age anymore. So then you deal with the media hype of not only is he going to play, but he's football Jesus. And I go, well, that's really unfair. Like, that's insanely unfair.
Right.
Just let the kid write his story. I don't care if he struggles a little bit. I care about next year. Yeah. And if he's good, you say it.
Because his story could be a redemption story. Where, you know what? I was bad, but then I was good. Or his story could be, you know what? It took me a couple games, but then I got it. And, man, I never looked back. But let's let it play out.
Oh, dear God. He just went Jansen. David, a couple
I was halfway through and said, you know what? I'm going to go full.
Couple of ticket texts, and we'll get more callers. Go ahead.
Welcome to the NIL era. Underwood was starting the day he got paid. He didn't have to earn anything in practice.
It's true. I mean, I know, oh, you're a hater. No, I try to be an adult. I think it's true. I think you paid him a hell of a lot of money. And what did he really have to earn?
On Michigan Underwood, the alternative take could be that Sharon in particular, and maybe the rest of the coaching staff, is just too conservative by default.
It's certainly up for debate if this is what it looks like in a couple of weeks. Yes. There's that you can't. I'm with Rico in that if this is the approach, it's going to be a big ask of that defense to get to 10-2 to get you to the playoff.
Yeah.
And then once you're there, you're dead.
Because you just can't insulate this young man because he's not going to grow. He's not going to get better because you're never going to see, you know what? Wow, maybe he does this. And so let's tailor plays for that. He does this well. He can't do that well.
Why didn't they buy better receivers? Am I wrong for asking that question?
No, you're not wrong for asking that, Mike, but you're not going to get a top receiver to go to Michigan, at least then, because they don't throw the ball. Even when JJ was there, when they won a national title, it was run, pass, run, pass. Tight ends, yes. Running backs, yes. Offensive linemen, yeah. Wide receivers, no.
It's another reason why they should just show Underwood what he can do. Because if you see that arm, a receiver may say, all right, I'm going there.
FanDuel, kickoff offer. You bet $5, you get $300 in bonus bets. Pick a bet, $5. If it wins, you unlock $300. That's that simple. Build parlays, player props, whatever the hell you like. I know Kenny's nervous about Georgia traveling to Rocky Top this weekend. Tennessee getting 3.5. NFL, whatever you like. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the FanDuel app today. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issue. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. We'll get to a little MSU stuff in, I don't know, about 30 minutes. We're talking Bryce Underwood right now. Lions was the opening hour. Odyssey.com rewind if you want that. And it's simple. What do you want Michigan to do with Bryce? Because if you operate with the game plan you had Saturday night, you're not doing him a service. You're not doing the 100 guys on that team a service. The game plan is suggestive. You're afraid to let him play. Basically, you're suggesting he's nowhere near ready. Now, on the other side of it is some of the most obscene hype for any player ever. So you have to find a middle ground here. I'm with David and Rico. Like, cut it loose. This is the day and age we live in. I mean, as much as I sound like a Nona. Like, oh, you can't do that to my grandchild. But I'm like, I know what's best. Okay? Freshman quarterback should sit. They should never play. Mm-hmm. But Nona's dead, and so's that era of football. So, to David's words, this is the NFL now. Play. Mm-hmm. And if he's bad, he's bad. He's good, he's good. Play. And I mean, cut it loose. Let him play. I want to know what you guys want. It's your quarterback. You know what I want? I want the national media to stop lying to you people. That's what I'd like.
That's not going to happen.
Let the kid write his own story. Stop building him up that he's Joe Montana already. Seriously. You've got what? If Bright, here's the thing that kills me. We are crucifying Arch Manning. He opened up at OSU. If Arch Manning opened up against New Mexico and Bryce opened up at OSU, what would the narrative be?
Arch Manning is still leading the way for the Heisman Trophy. He's going to be number 1 overall pick. And, man, this Bryce Underwood, I don't know if he was ready.
The point I'm making is when Bryce goes out and goes 9 for 24, and it really should have been 8 for 24. Thank God McCauley was Spider-Man on that play. Like, it's okay to say that was a bad game. Mm-hmm. And instead, the media's out here still, oh, God, I got to deliver content so people give it the thumbs up and the heart-like emoji. How about we just say it? The team stunk, he stunk. Move on. Game plan was lousy. It looked like Tecmo Bowl.
Well, it's funny, too, because you build him up, and then at some point, they're going to be like, oh, my God, he stinks. And then it's the other side of the coin. It's what Arch Manning is going through right now. It's, well, I don't know if he's ready. I don't know. Like, guys, he was never ready, but you put him out there, and you hyped him up, and now you're wondering why people are hyping him up. Because you hyped him up.
But there's always time for hype. Just let the kid do it. That's been my whole thing is I'm never going to, like me saying he didn't have a good game Saturday night, I'm not ripping the kid. I want to let him write his own story. He might be incredible at some point, but can I see it first?
Yeah. And you know
Jesus.
What? There's going to be a game where he's going to play a top team, and he's going to have that coming out party, and you're like, okay, now he's here. This is the Bryce that we've all been waiting for.
Oh.
But I mean,
no, yes. I know. I sounded like here you go.
Yes, but that day will come. But to rush it and be like, like I said, what you do against Central and New Mexico, okay.
I don't care. Go to Jason 97.1. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas.
Afternoon, sir.
Hey, man.
What's on your mind, bud?
Yeah, so I mean, I think I've seen, anyways, pretty much what I've expected from Bryce Underwood. What I was hoping to see. He's shown that he has the skill set that made him the number 1 recruit, right? He looks poised even against Oklahoma when they were down and they were getting their butt kicked. He didn't look too rattled. He didn't make any big mistakes. I'd like to see him not necessarily fully cut it loose and really start throwing the ball around too much, because part of what Michigan thrived on, the last few years when they were good, was the running game. And that's, we tried this space and speed thing, in the beginning years of Harbaugh, and it didn't work out. So I'm a little bit conflicted with that.
You bring up something interesting, Jason, is that there's a bit of an identity crisis. That the program you want to run and what had been successful, all jokes aside, but you have this unicorn player that probably requires you to depart a little bit from that. It's a very interesting point.
All right. Thanks, Alan. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Jason, appreciate you, man.
No, I mean, are you willing to throw out the handbook and start all over again and become an entirely different
Listen, they already had to stop cheating. That's a lot of change in one season. A lot of change. Possibly the most change. Let's Let's go to Nate, 97.1. Nathan, what's going on, bud?
How's it going, Mike?
Good.
Rico,
Hey.
David. It's been a while since I've called. I've been wanting to call for a minute, but I feel like Dave Portnoy, honestly, with this whole Michigan thing. Like Sharon Moore, to me, I don't want to say he has to go, but I'm seriously already considering that point. With his coaching on that during that game, the timeouts that he just threw in the garbage can, Oklahoma was just shooting themselves in the foot repeatedly with the turnover on special teams. And we're just sitting there running, like you were saying, then pass. You got Bryce Underwood for a reason to use him. You paid him all this money. You have to use him and trust him to throw. What I think is happening in the last caller, and you've been kind of touching on it, is you got like Michigan, the brand, and I think this is what I'm wondering if this is what's happening too with the fans and the cult and everything. Are they too scared to disappoint their fans by letting Bryce throw and make mistakes and having to deal with the media and, oh, Bryce looks bad, because that's the growing pains. But you have to let him throw because just running and running over and over again, it's not going to solve anything. You went out and you got an X factor, and we're the brand of running the football. It's time to decide, do you want to jump on the bandwagon, pay that money, and throw the ball and have him, kind of run the show and get the recruits to come? Or are you going to stick with your brand? Because if you're going to stick with your brand, in my opinion, Bryce has got to go.
Wow. Nathan, I can't say you're wrong about it. It does require you to maybe do a paradigm shift and figure out we're going to be a passing team. We're going to go more 7-on-7. But here's the thing. You don't have the weapons that I think that will help out Bryce. You don't have a bunch of wide receivers. And to what David said, maybe this is what they have to do in the offseason. You got to go out and recruit some big-time talent at receiver so that you can line up and go 3 and 4 wide instead of just running the ball up the middle. Because the biggest that they got on the –
you get that.
Nathan,
I think you get that too from, like David was saying, from trusting Bryce throwing the ball. Like I said, if he looks good, it works out great. I mean, like David really said it right. Like if he throws and it works out well, we'll get the recruits that come in. If not, like Mike was even saying, it is like the NFL now. Like we got him in, we paid him. You got to trust him to throw that. The running and then the box was loaded. You could see the box loaded all game. And then when they decide to pass, we'll just do it to the flat. What do you think's going to happen when you throw it to the flat and the box is loaded?
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Nate, I was frustrated, and I'm not a Michigan fan. I can't imagine what you were going through because it becomes a waste of everyone's time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because the funny thing about it, and then I'll end it at this, David, what you said for Aiden Childs, MSU said we don't have we got one receiver. They went out there, cleaned house, brought in 4 guys, transfer portal, and Aiden, we're gonna give you guys to throw to. If you stink, we'll know if you stink or not. It ain't gonna be on the receivers; it'll be on you. All right. You know what? Football brings out all the emotions. You heard the callers. That's why we love the game. But that feeling when your bet doesn't hit and you're getting hung out to dry about your old sports book, that feeling is a thing of the past with the game day guarantee from Fanatics Sportsbook. Here's how it works. Every single game day now until October, new customers get up to $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses, guaranteed. And new customers can also get bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about that. While you're betting with Fanatics, either you're winning or you're winning back money in fan cash that you can use for anything in the Fanatics universe, like apparel, tickets, bonus bets, and more. Why risk it with other sports books when you can just switch to the sure thing, people? Every single game day until this October comes with a guarantee. It's Fanatics Sportsbook. Your old sportsbook, they're out for the season. Fanatics Sportsbook has your back. Go check it out for yourself. Download the app today. Fanatics Sportsbook. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Always got to read that disclaimer, David. Go ahead and hit it.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. Michigan State basketball released their non-conference schedule today. It includes top-tier programs, including Arkansas, Kentucky, North Carolina, and Duke, and a pair of local foes in Oakland and Detroit Mercy. Opening night at the Breslin also kicks off the regular season on November 3rd against Colgate. The Tigers check... The Tigers checking to play tonight against the Yankees as the second best team in the American League. New York is just below. That should be like a violation. That's too long. At number 3, the pitching matchup features Casey Mize against Will Warren. Detroit News writer Chris McCoskey says the pitcher Drew Summers is in the Big Apple with the team. Lions coach Dan Campbell was on with Costa and Jansen this morning. It was asked if there was any extra fuel playing against Ben Johnson's Bears. The NFL is hitting Eagle Jalen Carter with a $50,000 fine for spitting on Dak Prescott per Adam Schefter. The incident happened before the game started where he was ejected, which the league will count as his one-game suspension, making him available versus the Chiefs this week. The 49ers are placing tight end George Kittle on injured reserve after suffering a hamstring injury on Sunday as well. Mississippi State is fined $500,000 from the SEC after their fans stormed the field following an upset win over Arizona State. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy. What was that one? At the that's me. Oh, wow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy. Woo! And for more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, quick timeout. Touch table on some football. David, I know you enjoyed the Boz Skaggs, but we're going to need some different music here.
So we've gone through week 1 of the NFL. We've talked about a lot of teams, but there is one team in particular we have not discussed yet.
Yes.
The New England Patriots.
Disgusting.
What happened to them on Sunday, losing to the Raiders 20-13?
Stop
offensively?
Right there. Stop right there. Let me do. I want to do a kindness for Mr. Rico Beard.
I yield to the senator from Troy.
No. I want to salute your godson. The singular best player on the field was crusty old-ass Geno Smith. Geno Smith balled out. He went back to West Virginia, Geno Smith. He did the backyard football crap. Multiple plays, throwing back across the middle late. YOLO.
So he's not dead yet.
In fact, alive.
Okay.
And he played outstanding because the running game wasn't there. Look, man, credit. And shout out Mike Mayer. Didn't even know he was still in the league. Geno Smith is what happened. He dropped his you-know-what right on the Patriots' head.
Shout out to Pete Carroll and Geno Smith.
Shout out R.L. Beard, his favorite player. That's what happened. Geno Smith happened.
So the Patriots not done?
They are not done.
Okay.
But that was bad.
Yeah, it's just week 1.
That just made it a lot harder to get to the 9 wins, I thought.
That is definitely true. 2 teams we have discussed. I want to bring them together with this story here. We know the Dolphins are trash. They look like trash. Couldn't do anything on Sunday. Kansas City, though.
Mm-hmm.
They lost Xavier Worthy, suffered a dislocated shoulder in the game in Brazil. There is no timetable currently on his return.
Yes.
Tyreek Hill was upset in Miami. Should there be a reunion with Tyreek Hill and the Kansas City Chiefs?
I'll step aside. I'll just tell you can't go home again. Rico.
And I would say it's probably a reason why Kansas City has not tried to really do anything to get him to come back. Because I think if Kansas City really wanted, if Andy Reid wanted him back, I think that they wouldn't have hesitated when he was trying to hold out and do everything. But like, you know what, come on back home. But I'm with you, Mike. Sometimes it's addition by subtraction. Hey, guys, we won without him. So why do we need him back here? Exactly. You know what? You took the money. You went to Miami. Enjoy South Beach.
So, Rico, I owe you an apology. Yesterday, you asked me a question about the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I immediately said, nope, they're not good. No playoffs.
Jabril Peppers, and then you changed your mind.
I rewatched some things last night, and I wore my Mike Tomlin gear today for a reason. Should I not be excited? I think they're going to make the playoffs.
Oh, no. Negative David. Oh, we stink. Oh, my goodness. We're going to David, yeah, I think we all undersold Aaron Rodgers. He's a weirdo, but Aaron Rodgers at 70% is still better than some quarterbacks in the league, Mike.
I think you both need to lay off the ketamine.
Yeah.
You listen, the Jets were down their best O-lineman and still ran for 200 yards. They should have beat you, except for the Jets. No.
But they didn't because Aaron Rodgers.
No, because the Jets fumbled a kickoff, and then the Steelers' Boswell hit a 60-yard field goal, which I'd like to raise something. I'd like to state for the record, as much as I hate kickers, they've gotten too good. We need to do something about these field goals. I'm tired of now 58-yard seeming routine.
You want to know why? I think the NFL didn't realize that by moving back the extra point, they had to get good. Because just to kick an extra point, you have to be accurate.
Here's my proposal. Much like a putt-putt course, I'd like a windmill or a clown's mouth instead of uprights. You want to kick from 60? Bob, get the windmill. And I want that. Kick through that.
Yeah,
I've had enough.
But how is that any different than the tush push? Like,
it's awful. Get rid of it.
Should make the uprights rotate.
Yes.
Quickly in a circle.
Or make them like the old Arena Football League, like 3 feet wide. You want to kick from 60? They have retractable roofs. They should have retractable goalposts. The depth in which you're going for a kick, raise the difficulty.
Right, but Mike, that is taking away from something that they do well, and you should be rewarded.
They're not football players, so I don't care.
They are football players.
No, they're not.
If your season comes down to whether somebody makes a kick or not, they're football players.
No. It's like they're barely people.
They are. I hate them. I hate kickers.
You think Buffalo doesn't think that Matt Prater's not a football player? Yeah, he won them the game. They literally picked him up and carried him off the field.
I don't care. Next.
Speaking of kickers.
It's easy. The guy weighs 120 pounds. They may as well have lifted a Rat Ortiz Jr. off the field. They're basically jockeys in helmets.
Speaking of kickers, that leads me right into this here because the return rate has gone up. They changed the rule where touchbacks are now going to the 35-yard line. So now they're kicking the ball shorter. And now there's 75% return rate in week 1. It was 32% in week 1 last year. Are you excited to see kickoff returns return?
David, I am, but they're going about this so ass backwards. Or you just go back to the way kickoffs used to be. No. It's better now. It's really not.
I just want the clown mouth or the pinwheel.
Back to this.
That's all I want. I don't care about kickoffs anymore. It doesn't matter.
What if you could hit the button and the goalpost narrow?
That's what I want, like a retractable roof. Oh, you want to be a smartass?
Oh, it slowly goes in.
Yeah, you're going to try to win the game from 60? Okay, here's an Indiana Jones trick.
See, I would say the opposite. For 60, I would leave them there, but when you're kicking like a 25-yard field goal, no. We're going to narrow that thing down.
Yeah, it should just be like the quarterback challenge.
Yes.
You get where they got to throw it through the hole.
Yes.
There you go. Kick it in this zone.
Right.
Make it like Topgolf. Anything to make a kicker's life harder. That's what I want.
I'm still shocked as no coach has just said, we're just going to go for 2. You're going to give us the ball right there on the 2-yard line? We're just going to go for 2 all the time.
Tomlin had his moment with that a few years back.
Yeah, then he stopped doing it.
Yeah, because it never worked.
Well, I wasn't going to bring up that part. So I want to give ownership and ownership group some credit here. We always talk about when they build stadiums, how they're always getting money from the citizens. Mm-hmm. Well, in Denver, they announced that they're going to be getting a new retractable roof stadium in Denver, but it will be privately funded.
Oh, okay.
No taxes will be taken from the people.
But wait, there's more.
Now, hold on. It's the Walmart heir. The Walmart's got they got more money than Bezos.
But that's my point. No. They could have very well still taken money from the people.
David, I'll believe it when I see it because at some point they're going to need something from the people because they hit a snag. And you know what? Extra $500 million and we can get this thing finished early if you guys vote on this.
Isn't each Walton kid who owns Walmart they're all worth over $100 billion each?
I believe so.
Yeah. Wow. Wow, how benevolent.
But again, they still could take the money from the people. That's what they always do. They're doing it in Cincinnati. They're doing it in Cleveland.
And you know what? Fine, you're right.
And I'll say this. At least Denver's doing it the right way.
What's that?
A retractable roof stadium.
That's not the right way. You're Denver. You play outside.
No, but it allows you to either or.
Oh, to do concerts and things?
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah, they'll play most football games outside, but if it's some driving rain and you actually need this game and you got a bad
snowstorm comes through.
You know what? Let's close the roof. Yes, every dome stadium should be. I thought Ford Field should have done that. They didn't. They should have.
Houston's is opening up next week. It's going to be sick.
I just saw it when I, you know what?
Forget it. We need to get our reservation in now.
Brother, that Rizzo's been there since 01.
Put it this way. When the Tigers hit 91 games, that's where I want my dinner to be.
That is
you got it.
in football today.
Planet Fitness offers high-value memberships that support any fitness journey. Planet Fitness is a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. Feel your strongest, best self with the best in-class equipment for a full workout, from strength training to cardio to stretching. A lot of these places have brand new machines, treadmills, Stairmasters, you name it. They got everything there except for, well, you. You need to sign up right now. Why? Convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. And if you need a little extra motivation, free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. There's over 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area. Right now, the classic membership is just $1 down and $15 a month. That's it. Hurry in because this time is limited. Find your nearest Planet Fitness right now to sign up, or you can go online or use the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Hi there. Northville Lumber. Talk about them all the time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the Trex you need when you need it. Call Northville today. Or better yet, just stop by, see the showroom, take home some samples. You don't have to ask if it's in stock. If you see it, it's there. It's in stock. You're ready to go. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. All right, 4:15 in the Motor City. It's good to have everybody with us. We've got some Bryce Underwood calls. We're going to get to those. If you want Lions, Odyssey.com Rewind. Open the show with some of that. I want to bring in the MSU angle. Look, we talked about it. I said it was win or pack your stuff. Not that Boston College is a monolith, but at least it's a Power 4 team. And what?
No, the win or pack your stuff. I'm laughing. I didn't mean to interrupt you because there was literally a to-go bag that every Spartan fan had at that game. You know what a to-go bag is? It means like in the event of an emergency, all your essentials are in a backpack that you could just grab and leave. Because I think every Spartan was ready to leave and just say, we're done with this guy.
I felt like I had the pulse of the people.
So that's why I was laughing. Like, we all had the to-go bag ready, and we had said, oh, okay.
But look, I thought it was a bit of a program game. And I understand something too, right? For people hearing this, I'm not going to make this into more than what it is. There's scale for every program. If you're a power, like Michigan's had this unbelievable run, Ohio State, the definition of a program game becomes something way different. When you are rebuilding and you're at the bottom, you can't have those lofty measuring sticks. You can't. For Michigan State, it's simple. You're at home at night. There's no buzz around the program. You're looking for something to validate progress has been made. When you get a Power 4 team, and I do think Boston College is probably a 7 or 8 win team, and this Lonergan kid is pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And apparently he may have played at Alabama this year. This Ty Simpson thing may not last. The point is, it looked right. Now, I still have a lot of misgivings about the way this thing is built, but Aiden Childs, they're going to go as far as he can take him. Mm-hmm. I don't think that defense is going to be able to stop a soul through the air. Their pass rush is a joke. But Aiden, in the biggest moments, instead of him feeling like I have to do it all and doing something stupid, and look, ironically, go back to the BC game last year.
Yeah.
They were driving the field just fine. And he decided to go YOLO ball into double cover into the end zone. Yeah. Didn't have to do it. He made every big play at every turn. Made several big-time throws, and look.
And 2 quarterback scrambles that I was just like, I thought were going to be sacks, ended up being like 20-yard runs.
You started to see, that. To me, that was the most comprehensive Aiden Childs game probably since the Maryland game last year, where it all made sense. He made the big plays. They needed to score every bit of 40 points to do this, and when it's overtime, and it's every time they've had a pressure spot, they've folded.
Yes.
They came through.
Yes.
The defense spit the bit. You go to OT. You spit the bit. BC scores 7. They answered the bell. And at a certain point, it's okay for Spartan fans to be proud of their team, to say, okay, at least we didn't set the house on fire. Yeah. Now, here's the key. We always play this game because I always laugh. People are like, oh, Sparty ready? No, I hold my team to a standard. I don't know about you guys. But if I'm going to hold your team to a standard, you damn well know I do the same thing with mine. Here's what I want. 3 out of 4.
Next 3 games?
They need to win 3 of the next 4 games. And one of them is a layup. It's Youngstown State. You need to beat 2 of the following 3 teams. USC, UCLA, Nebraska. 3 out of 4.
And see, I'm gonna say maybe 2, maybe layups, or one's a layup.
Don't you dare call UCLA a layup, because you know Nico will come in here and Costa will punch you in the face. Don't do it.
Okay.
But they're terrible. That's a layup.
It's a 5-foot shot.
Lose to UCLA, it's a pack your bleep game.
It is. I would simply say this, Mike. If you really think about it, I hearken back.
Hearken.
But yeah, I remember when D'Antonio first got here, and I think a lot of people were like, I don't know about this guy. He doesn't have a personality. And it all changed on a program game at night. Now, BC is not the same as Notre Dame, but that little Giants game, everything kind of changed for him at that moment. At that moment, I think Spartan fans accepted him as your head coach. He was your guy. And I remember when the play happened, I was just like, oh, of course, you fumbled the snap. Yes. And you just scored a touchdown. Wow.
Charlie Gant.
And it felt the same way in that game where it's like, okay, if you're Boston College, I would have went for 2 at the end of the first overtime just to end it. And then when they scored, it was like, wow, you actually pulled this game off and you won, and you hope that if you're Jonathan Smith, you can build upon it. This is the game that Spartan fans will talk about for years. Like, hey, you remember that Boston College game? Were you there? For Aiden Childs, there's no going backwards, son. You showed us what you can do, and now that's what Spartan fans expect to see every game now. Plain and simple. But yeah, I agree with you that, yeah, between Youngstown State, which I'm not going to even count that because you should win that. But yeah, at USC, at Nebraska, I think you got to win one of those 2 games to show that you're a serious program and that maybe you could hit 8 wins.
That's it. 8-4 is that minimum bar to show that you're any good. No, I was happy with Saturday night. It wasn't half bad to watch. Hey, uniforms and helmet look cool.
Yeah,
better than that Greek stripe garbage.
And I'll tell you, David, I'll tell you this. This man right here, most popular man in East Lansing, and he wasn't even there.
I don't even know what that means.
Every place I went, hey, what do you think Mike's going to say about the team? Mike this and Mike that. I'm like, I'm just Mike's messenger boy.
That's not the case at all.
That's it right there.
No, I would like to know from Spartan fans, does that game give you a little bit of faith that this thing can move forward? And look, the world moves fast. All it'll take is them going to L.A. in 2 weeks, giving up a 50 burger, and getting crushed for all the vibes to be gone. See, that's the other thing. If you're going to lose games, I need you to compete.
Yeah.
It has been a real issue here that when they lose, they lose.
Trust me, I've seen it up close and personal.
Truth.
Right, but it is. Like, I don't know what USC is. They've been putting up some gaudy numbers. Now, I don't know if it's just because they're not playing anybody, but yeah, when you go up against Nebraska, you go up against USC, you win one of those games on the road, that's another statement game.
My fear is that, look, the Aiden Childs coming out party, it's a good step. Need consistency. Got to see it again and again. But my fear is they have 4 construction barrels for defensive linemen. I have never in my life. Boston College dropped back to pass 45 times. Mm-hmm. They didn't get a single sack.
They pretty much said, we're not running the ball anymore. And I told you, I remember, I'm like, Mike, man, I wish we could have just brought a blitz. Well, funny you said that. They actually did blitz. It just didn't work.
Yeah, it was that bad. So, look, I temper all my expectations, but Spartan fans needed that one. You can call that game a slice of pizza. It's good for the soul, okay? It doesn't mean it's a 5-star meal, but this program needs to start showing some building blocks because it's been a manure pile 6 of the last 7 years. Yeah. I think I can be happy on a Saturday night. They won a thriller. It was fun. Hey, look, if BC ends up a 4-8 team, yeah, it'll shape my opinion differently. I don't think that's what BC's going to be.
Right.
So, good win. Smith needed it. Fan base needed chicken soup for the soul.
I mean, like I said, what you hope is it's that game that you can build upon. I said D'Antonio. I mean, it was like D'Antonio and Little Giants in Notre Dame, except for minus a little cute little name. They just went out there and got it done. Or for that slice of heaven that was called the 2021 season, going down to Miami and beating the Hurricanes. Then all of a sudden you start saying, maybe this team is going to be a little bit better than what I originally thought.
And I just think it's important to show progress. But the Aiden Childs thing, if you have a really good quarterback, I ain't using the G word. If you have a really good quarterback, not a great.
He's a long way away from great.
Yeah, I don't use greatness. I let Michigan fans do that. But if he is what we saw Saturday night, yeah, you're going to have to win some shootouts. He's going to have to carry him. But again, like, I'm sorry. They're all like this Drew Aller love or Altmaier
No.
love.
I'm going to put it like this, Mike. I don't think there are any great quarterbacks in college.
No,
this
my
year.
point is, I think Aiden Childs, if he's going to play the way he played Saturday night, he's not far off from those other two. I don't give a damn about all this NFL talk with Aller. That offense at Penn State looks the same as it looked last year, and I was told it'd be different. I was told they got wide receivers. Drew Aller still looks like Drew Aller.
Drew Aller and the two running backs, Singleton and then
Katron Allen.
Yeah, Katron Allen. But other than look, I like the fact that he started hitting his other receivers later on in the game. He threw the ball to Nick Marsh, a nice pass. I think it's a lot to build on.
Kenny,
Childs.
Kenny, just so you understand too, you know me as I'm a slut for play action. Okay, that Oregon State playbook, it was constant play. Every time they ran one of those beautiful play actions,
feels like you shoehorned that one in.
Overtime, little play action bootleg. That's a double. 248-539-9797. Oh, counter bootleg? That's right. Hey, it's football season. Score big with Moran Buick GMC right now. The 26 GMC Terrain, $359 a month. 15-inch infotainment screen, remote start. 25 Buick Envista, $299 a month. Both deals, 36 months, only $999 down. Inventory rolls in daily. Go to MoranExpress.com. You can check the inventory and schedule your certified service. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime. MoranExpress.com, Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade.
Brought to you by Founders Brewing All Day IPA. Tigers reliever Drew Summers is back with the team as Bailey Horn is on baby watch. Summers has allowed 6 runs in 3 innings in the bigs this season. Gleyber Torres also batting second against his old team, the Yankees. Tonight, here is Mize and Warren face off on the mound at 7:05 right here on the ticket. The Lions announced they've released linebacker Anthony Pittman from the practice squad and signed 6'7" offensive lineman Devin Cochran and linebacker Monty Rice. The NFL has fined Jalen Carter $50,000+ for spitting on Dak Prescott. They counted his Cowboys game ejection as a 1-game suspension, making him available this week against Kansas City. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
David, a couple of ticket texts. We'll get to the callers, both Michigan and Michigan State. And, look, the MSU thing, it's just chicken soup for the soul. Program needed a nice win. Needed something to feel good about. And when your highest paid player is your quarterback, he needed to show out and carry him. And he did. There's a lot there with Aiden Childs. It's up to him whether he's ready. Now, I will say this. Can I be negative for one moment?
Yeah, go ahead.
They better figure out that left tackle spot. Stanton Ramil right now is about a D- so far. I had high hopes for him. Now, I'm not telling you it's every play, but when he messes up huge. You can't do that. And I know it's unfair. When offensive linemen have 4 bad plays in a game, we bench him. That's where we're at right now. Come on now.
Between him or whenever was it Brandon Tullis is in the game, the number 7,
Georgia. Brennan, pass pro. Put the keyboard and the sunglasses down.
Right. Every time, and Childs is dead. My bad. That was my guy, wasn't it? Yes, it was. My bad.
You're one step from putting some dreads and sunglasses on him and singing Superstition. You can't be in the game if this is the pass protection you're offering.
To me, it gets to the point where if he's in the game, he's going to be handed the ball. It won't be a play action because I can't trust you in the game, son.
Because... All right, David. What do you...
Most enjoyable Michigan State win like that since when? Can't tell you when. That is from Tyler.
It would be back 2021. Rico's
against
right.
Michigan, yeah.
The Michigan game was a blast, but I think the Miami game was the one where you went, wait, maybe they're okay.
Because it was one of those games where no one expected it, and it was like,
But see, the Miami equivalent for me will be USC. You win at USC, now you got my attention, where it's like, oh. Because, again, the Big Ten never goes to, oh, by the way, nothing, and I mean nothing, says Big Ten conference action like an 11 p.m. kickoff.
Or it's a primetime 8 p.m. game on the West Coast.
Well, someone did just
Thank
send
you,
this
La
in.
Jolla.
Someone just sent this in. I agree with you, Mike. Win 3 of 4. We're making progress. Saturday night was fun. I hate the fact that I will have to stay up until 2:30 a.m. to watch USC.
Well, the disgrace of it all is like CBS. Oh, we bought some Big Ten rights. Washington and Washington State at 7:30 instead of Michigan State, USC. That makes no sense on any level, even if you're a hillbilly who hates MSU. That makes no sense.
Because Washington State at 8 o'clock is prime time for them.
No one cares.
Right, I'm saying swap the games out.
Yes.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. They're 2 West Coast teams.
I was really hoping for Big Ten Saturday night. I thought it was going to be 7:30 on a Saturday night.
I did as well.
USC is a big draw. To hell with us.
And it's still, like a 4:30, 5 o'clock game for
Hello,
them?
The sun's setting for the second half. Yeah. Theater. Go ahead, David.
Liking what I saw this weekend, but I tell you what. First OT, I can't believe BC didn't go for 2. Game would have been over. Go green.
You know what? I said the same thing. Bill O'Brien, huge mistake. Just go for the kill shot because they weren't stopping the quarterback. And when they lined up and kicked the extra point, I'm like, there's a chance here.
Play action. To the people. We'll go to David, 97.1. David, what's going on, buddy?
Not bad. How about you guys?
Good, David. What's up?
Oh, the callers kind of hit on almost every topic I hit, so I was thinking here while I was waiting to come about this with a different point of view. So you guys talked yesterday about the Lions and about all the things you guys talked about in the offseason that were your guys' worries and the game played out, and basically they all came true. Well, that was me against Oklahoma. And I think the biggest problem with the team isn't necessarily even being talked about. And there's two of them. So going into the season, my biggest issues really weren't even Bryce per se. It was the offensive line, the lack of weapons on the outside, the defensive line, and the secondary. Check. Still all negatives in my eyes. Now, the problem number two, week one, I'm going to premise it with this. It looked like Chip Lindsey's offense. I think you probably know where I'm going with just me saying that right there.
Mm-hmm.
It was spread. There was a lot of RPO. There was a lot of run action, play action, get Bryce out on the outside, get him with his legs moving, get his eyes up, blah, 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 blah. We fast forward to last Saturday, and that looked like Sharon Moore's offense last year.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to bring everything tight. We're not going to motion anything. We're going to throw things on the outside because they're so tight to us. We're not going to spread them out wide at all. We're not going to challenge them vertical and then try to figure out why our wide receivers can't get open, even though they couldn't because they stink. That's just another topic for another day.
I'm so glad you said it because I won't get yelled at. Like, David,
I'm down here in Ohio. Let them yell at me because I have to hear it. I mean, I'm fine with it. They signed Bryce in November. The last time I checked, there was, 3 portals that passed before the season started.
Exactly.
They couldn't go out and get a wide receiver an offensive lineman.
How is a kid who redshirted at Indiana last year the best option you got?
You know what? Because, guys, I think it's hard to sell a wide receiver to come to Michigan.
Pay them more.
No. You can pay him all you want, but if you're not going to throw him the ball, I don't have a chance of making it to the NFL.
But I'm with David on this. I'm sorry. I mean, David, you tell me if I'm wrong. If you go out and throw $2 million at a wide receiver, you're getting him, period.
What I was getting ready to say is that's what the money's for.
Yes.
No, it's, David, it's what the money is for, but when you pretty much, it seems like you run the ball 75% of the time, and the other 20 of the 25% goes to the tight end. It's not a lot left for the wide receiver.
Hey, David, ready? David, ready?
Yeah.
That's what the money's for.
Like, Rico, that's what he gets paid to go do. Go sell the offense. And so then you go into the biggest problem I have with the Oklahoma game is now coming out of it. What's the offense? They didn't do any RPO. They didn't do any spread. They didn't advance Bryce anywhere. Which the reason I don't even think it's Bryce what they were afraid of. No. If you want my honest opinion, I think it was the offensive line is what they're afraid of.
David,
3 years ago, this was the best offensive line in college football.
And now you were moments away from starting a true freshman at tackle, and everybody freaked out when Babaduba, or whatever the hell his name is, got hurt. And what did I tell him? If you're in a business of starting a true freshman offensive lineman, you're effed.
Because here's the thing, guys, David. Yes, you should have spent money on your offensive line. But if you go to a top wide receiver and say, hey, do you want to transfer to Army, Navy, or Air Force? They would probably say no. Why? Because they don't pass the ball.
If they got one of those defense contracts, they'd probably transfer.
Do you know who was the number 4 team at the bottom of the list? It was Michigan.
It was us.
Yeah.
But you sell the fact that you got the number 1 quarterback in here. You sell the fact that you got Lindsey coming in, and we're going to be changing it up. Yes, it may tick off some Michigan fans, and it may tick off some Michigan alums that we're actually going to move the offense in, heaven forbid, the year 2025, and we're not going to be stuck back in the 1960s. I mean, I sat there Saturday night losing my mind. Probably how the Lion fans felt the very next day. Like, every single thing I went into the game with thinking, okay, that's a question mark. And just like the coach for the Lions and the GM for the Lions, hey, guys, don't worry about it. We're okay. Same thing I was hearing out of Ann Arbor. Hey, guys, don't worry. Bryce is the man. He's okay. Hey, that offensive line that you was worried about last year and couldn't move a soul, we're good. We got 2 freshmen coming in at guard, and we got another freshman coming in at tackle. I'm telling you, he's going to blow your eyes. He's just going to blow you away. But don't worry about that abyss you have out on the outside where you can't throw the ball to nobody. Don't worry about that.
Yeah,
the whole thing, it makes me sick because this is 2 off seasons now. Last year, what was the problem with the team? You needed a quarterback. Sharon don't go get it. This year, the problem with the team was twofold. You needed offensive linemen and you needed wide receivers. Sharon doesn't get it. And then you compound it by throwing on the problems with the in-game coaching, and it looks like he's coaching with a dress on. You guys take that for what it's worth. It was the softest game plan I've ever seen in my entire life.
David,
and
2 notes.
It's disgusting and it's not worth it.
2 notes. A, please call more. You're one of my favorite Michigan callers.
Yes, please, David.
And 2, you're exactly right with what you described. That type of game plan wasted everyone's time. It wasted Bryce's time. It wasted you, the fans. It wasted the 100 guys on that team. And I don't care what you say. It's all boats and hoes right now. Okay? Boats and hoes. It's just, hey, Mr. Wide Receiver. Hey, we don't throw the ball? F you. Here's $2 million. Boats and hoes.
Okay, no.
Boats and hoes.
That's
all the sport is.
No,
boats
Mike,
and hoes.
You can throw all the money.
That's it.
You can throw the money at them, but if I'm like, okay, if I'm the parent, are you actually going to throw my son the ball?
Boats and hoes. You got a new house. Boats and hoes. That's all the sport is. It's boats and hoes. That's it.
You could do some more play action, Mike.
Wait a minute. Play pass? Yeah. Let's go. All right. FanDuel. Ready for kickoff. Bet 5, win 300. You place a bet, you bet $5, it wins. You unlock $300 in bonus bets across the app. It's FanDuel. The NFL is here. Do whatever the hell you like with it. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the FanDuel app today to get started. 21 and up. Present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, boys, we got a hodgepodge.
Wait
That's
a minute.
Right.
It's Skinny.
We got we got a hodgepodge of college and professional.
Okay.
Let's start college. We had 4 ranked teams in college football with 70-plus points, one shy of the most points in AP poll history. My question to you guys is this a sign that college football is truly becoming the haves and the have-nots? We're going to be seeing a lot more of this type of stuff.
I think, did Oregon end up at 70 or was it like 68?
Thought they had 71.
No,
Like that, right?
no. I think they ended up at like 6. Yeah, they were in the 6.
I was going to say that
Still right there.
That game speaks to what Kenny's saying. Like that should never happen between Oregon and Oklahoma State.
Okay, but I think that's an outlier. That
69, right there.
That was
nice.
That was Oregon. That's why I didn't say the number, David. That was Oregon.
Oh, okay, I got you.
It was Oregon proving a point to Mike
Gundy.
Leave
that one out.
Because Mike Gundy said, we're not rich like them. Like, actually, you are.
But Florida State played East Texas A&M. Didn't know who they were. You had, what was it?
Ohio State, Grambling.
1-double or D2 or whatever Grambling is.
Yeah, Alabama, UL Monroe.
And UL Monroe shouldn't be D1 anymore. So I'll say no, Kenny. The only game that really highlights that would be Oregon and Okie State. And to Rico's point, Dan Lanning is King Petty. I'll say no.
Right. That was purposely. It probably should have stopped it like in the 40s, but he had to really prove a point to Mike Gundy.
So I saw a stat earlier today, and I want to know your guys' opinion on how this is humanly possible. Mississippi State first non-conference home win over a ranked team in 34 years. How do they go that long without that?
The SEC does not, outside of their top couple of powers, want to play big-time matchups. Second of all, who the hell's scheduling a game in Starkville? Like, when you call and say, would you like to play us, I hang up the phone before you get to the second S in Mississippi.
Right.
It's not happening.
How much are you going to pay us?
Then factor in they're largely an ass program. I mean, I love Stark Vegas, and it's a scene, but they just have no historical relevance in that conference. So unlike Georgia, who will play at the Mercedes-Benz Dome, or like no one is going down there to play.
Have you been there?
Starkville?
Yeah.
No, only Ole Miss. I haven't been to Stark Vegas.
I've been close. I was right around the area. In for a funeral. They were there that Saturday. It was a lot of fans that did not like me.
Oh, jeez. Hey, Martha.
So I have a question for you guys.
With you?
Jeez.
Are you one of the players?
Oh, no.
You really?
There's the quarterback.
Kenny, I'd read something.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You might want to read something.
So let's talk about a white guy. Arch Manning. We worried about this guy's shoulder at all? Mm-hmm. Is there something going down over there?
He was grimacing every time he threw it. Then Sark gaslights the media. Where on earth did you get that from? I don't know, watching the game. He also wasn't very good again. So, yeah, I'm concerned.
I'm very concerned because I wouldn't have been, but the fact that Sark came out there and just tried to downplay it. Because if he comes out there and says, yeah, we're going to take a look at it, that lets me know, okay, maybe you sit him out the next game or so, or you're very gingerly. But to act like it didn't happen, that's crossing your fingers and praying to God the x-rays are negative.
Just doesn't look right. The arm strength's not there. The velocity's not there. The performance isn't there. At least I would have a reason other than, I guess this kid's overrated. Go ahead, Kenny.
So I think we brought it up earlier. I think this deserves time to dedicate a segment of time to. Do we have any takeaways from last night regarding Ben Johnson and regarding J.J. McCarthy?
I think for Ben Johnson, I'll do Ben Johnson. I'll leave you J.J., Mike. How about that?
Sure.
Ben Johnson, to me, I think he found out I got a lot of work to do. His scripted plays seemed to work well. After that, Caleb went off script and Ben didn't know what to do. And at the end of the game, he realized that it's a different animal being the offensive coordinator and being the head coach because he didn't know how to end that game with late in the game with 2 minutes and 2 seconds left. Instead of just kicking the ball out of bounds and making sure because you only had one timeout.
How about having a kicker that can get it through the end zone?
Okay, at that point, I don't care.
No, I know. I'm just making a point.
Just kick it out of bounds
You're right.
that you save time. I don't care if they start at the 45. Give yourself some time to get the ball back. And I think at that point, we talk about how sometimes the moment is too big for quarterbacks. I think the moment got big for Ben, and he wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, for JJ, look, I've said it all off season. He's the wild card of maybe the whole NFL. And that's a Super Bowl roster. I mean, Brian Flores is an elite DC. That's a really good defense. I think once they let JJ play, he started to gain confidence, blossom, got his legs involved. He had a couple of nice throws. I would be encouraged. The first half, it felt like I was watching Michigan, Oklahoma.
I thought it was Michigan TCU.
No, but they were protecting him, and it's like, you know what?
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Hey, man, I think O'Connell said, we just got to go. Yeah. I was very encouraged. And to me, very good win for Minnesota. They don't have to be works of art, but that's a very nice win.
And here's the thing for Minnesota. If you're a Vikings fan, you still don't have your full complement of receivers yet.
No. And you didn't have Christian Darrisaw last night. He was supposed to go.
Yeah.
Didn't. That's going to be your starting left tackle.
Yeah. So it's only, I think, going to get better for Minnesota.
Jordan Mason's better than Aaron Jones.
Also,
really? Just throwing that out there.
One more note from that game. I understand players wearing like jewelry and bling and all this stuff. Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, it's got to stop.
Man, that was that a little much? I think that was a little much.
He looked like he was wearing B. Arthur's pearls. Enough. Dude, one diamond necklace is too much. You're in a football game. This guy's got 7 of them.
Didn't he break it in a game once? And it's like, if I'm...
He did.
Yeah, hey, ref, can you help me pick up my diamonds? No.
Like, it's got to be heavy on his neck.
It's just it's an absurdity.
David, and I got to think that it's got to be a safety issue, because if I go to tackle you and my fingers get caught in there and something happens and it gets dislocated, but you know what? You look nice in your bling. Dude, wear your jewelry at the club, not during the game.
It was so distracting. I was like, every time they cut to him, I was like, geez, is this for real?
It's the same thing with Derrick Henry. Guy had like 17 words around his neck. I'm going, what are we doing?
Okay, you know what? You can tell Derrick Henry to take it off.
No, I'm making a point. I mean, it's just there's no reason.
Looks great on you.
Okay, there's just no reason.
I'm with you. It's like, or like players who wear watches. Like, where are you going right now? You got to be someplace?
That's happening in college, isn't it? The kids are wearing the Apple Watches. Or
yeah, it's like, do you need to be someplace during the game?
We live in a society of idiots. Go ahead.
Another fun stat. Joe Burrow started at 1-9 in his career in the first 2 weeks of the schedule so far. Yeah. What percentage of this is a Joe Burrow problem or a Cincy problem?
I'd say 75% Cincy. Takes a village. Mm-hmm. And I mean, by the way, Kenny should be 1-10. They had no business beating the Browns. Got outgained by about 300 yards. The Browns missed an extra point. The Browns missed a chip shot field goal. Burrow threw for like 10 yards. Awful. I mean, I tell you what, you can't feel bad after a win in the NFL,
yes, you can.
But I sure as hell wouldn't feel good.
No, that one you can. Are we singing the fight? No, we're not singing anything. We're not doing anything.
No, we're actually ashamed of this.
We're just going to get on the plane. I don't want to hear anybody celebrating. Well, we won. No. Did we?
By default. Right. It's like if the cop doesn't show up to fight the ticket, you still were guilty.
Right.
Now let's just get out of here.
And we'll never speak of this again.
Right.
So this one I want David and I want Rico specifically. Mike, you're welcome to answer this as well.
No, I think this sounds racial.
No, it's not. It's
about their... kind of did. We're talking about back to Mississippi State?
It's about their teams, damn it.
Okay.
So Jabril Peppers likely to go to the Steelers per Rappaport, and Jake Moody out in San Fran. That's for Rico.
David?
Peppers is just a body. We just lost our safety. He'll be gone for a little bit, so he's just a body. He'll be gone. Yeah, he'll be gone in 6 weeks.
Man. You could ask Mike about him.
No, not excited about that.
He was invited to the Heisman Trophy.
He did backflips.
Most fraudulent thing I've ever seen. Rico, Moody, I said it yesterday. You had to get rid of him. You got rid of him.
Yeah. You knew Moody was gone when you saw the reaction. I know Lions fans didn't because you're watching the game. He misses a field goal. It hits the upright, bounces off, and Shanahan just basically drops an F-bomb and just wanted to throw his headset off. That was the moment you knew he was cut. They went for it.
Did you just go Morgan Freeman?
Yeah.
And that was the moment he knew.
Yeah, it was. Mike, that was the moment you knew he was cut. And, yeah, they start going for it. Kenny, he got injured, and he never got his mojo back. And it's the NFL.
He was such a good kicker in college, but he's been dreadful as a pro.
And he was money his first year. And then last year he went out there and he shouldn't have kicked. He should have taken the time off. But I think he was afraid he was going to get usurped and lose his job because a new kicker would have come in there. And, well, congratulations.
You're
unemployed.
You'll go in a draft. You'll get Bobby Zavala or whatever his name is. You'll be all set. We'll keep that Go Blue pipeline for you.
All right.
And that is your In Football Today.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. The Tigers begin a series with the Yankees tonight. The White House confirmed that President Donald Trump would be in attendance for Game 3 of the 24th anniversary of 9/11. A.J. Hinch's lineup is in for Game 1 as well. Colt Keith leads off at third. Gleyber Torres bats second at second. Kerry Carpenter will DH and bat third. Batting cleanup to left fielder Riley Green. Spencer Torkelson will bat fifth and play left. Wenzel Perez hits sixth and patrols right field today. Zach McKinstry starts the bottom of the order while playing short. Dylan Dingler catches Casey Mize while batting eighth, and Parker Meadows rounds it out in center field tonight. 7:05 the first pitch. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Drew Summers is back with the team as fellow reliever Bailey Horn awaits the birth of his baby. The Lions have picked up 6'7" offensive lineman Devin Cochran. He's mostly spent the last 3 seasons on the Bengals practice squad, but did see game action in the late weeks last year at tackle as well. The 49ers have placed tight end George Kittle on injured reserve with his hamstring injury. Ex-Michigan player Jabril Peppers is inked to deal with the Steelers after his release from the Patriots. The Denver Broncos have also released a plan for a new retractable roof stadium that would be privately funded. Project completion is scheduled for 2031. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have everybody with us. Just some kind of menu items. If you want Lions conversation, we're going to do probably a briefer presentation right now. Odyssey.com rewind for the full hour. We covered Michigan with Bryce Underwood and Oklahoma and everything that went down there, and even did a little bit of Michigan State this hour. Just again, it's okay to just say, hey, program needed something to feel decent about. Good crowd Saturday night, and Aiden Childs looked the part. So, okay, win 3 of the next 4. Show you're real. And especially when there's a Founders reunion at the LA Coliseum in 2 weeks, and Rico will be rested and crested for that game. So, now you're not doing the whole no bags routine, the Vagabond Express.
You know what? We got to do it every year, Mike.
Jesus.
It's a tradition.
So
like no other.
So
like
all of that is available to you. I want to do the Lions thing brief, and then I have something on this Kawhi Leonard, the salary cap, circumnavigate the globe routine.
Okay.
Some very, very, very bad news for the LA Clippers. Like, very bad news.
Hand in the cookie jar. Okay. We'll
I'll tell you, I could do it now.
No, we'll get to it.
Okay. The Lions thing is this. Cookies and John had Dan Campbell on today. And Dan Campbell was asked about the pass rush. And obviously, John was doing his whole Aiden was double-teamed routine, which is always this, I feel like it's a defense mechanism. Like in this town, because Aiden's a hometown hero and everybody likes his face paint, we can't just say he didn't play well. He didn't have a good game. Didn't have an impactful game. I never hear people say, well, Myles Garrett was double-teamed. TJ Watt was double-teamed. Nick Bosa was all these guys are double teamed. They're destroyers. Mm-hmm. That's what the money's for. And as Aiden pursues $50 million a year, I'm tired of hearing about you're going to be double teamed. But I want you to listen to what Dan Campbell said, because I think it unintentionally proves the point so many in this town were making. Take a listen to his answer about the pass rush. One problem, the Packers threw 6 passes. You had 2 QB hits in a 60-minute football game. So here's the problem. If Aiden's doubled, we're going to have to get it from somewhere else. Doesn't that speak to what this town wanted you to do?
Mm-hmm.
Upgrade the person opposite him? See, this is where I can't square the circle. If Aiden is what Brad Holmes tells you he is, if Aiden is what many of you think he is, this. Look, I'm not going to speak for you. I think Aiden's a very good player. I hesitate from the greatness stuff. You got to put together that all-pro greatness season. But is he a very good player? Am I happy to have him here? Would I pay him? Yes, yes, and yes. Okay? But if you're just telling me all you need to do is, well, look, we're just going to have to get it from somewhere else, bring linebackers and bring stuff, and then why didn't you invest in Aiden? And there's a middle ground between the Hendricksons and the Parsons of the world, and then we're good. We've got Marcus Davenport.
Yeah.
That comment, really, it just kind of was like, oh, dear. And, hey, if I'm reading too much into it, go ahead, guys. But I wanted to ask the question.
No, you're not reading that much into it, Mike. You're reading it exactly, I think, how Dan Campbell wanted to say it. And, yes, it makes it sound like he's throwing maybe some of his players under the bus. They got to do better. But why didn't you go out there and instead of spending money on your offensive players and re-sign, go out and get somebody on defense. Go out and get somebody to help out Aiden instead of having your GM give us the whole, well, we got Aiden. We don't need anybody else. Nobody else complains.
The other question is, look, if I'm Aiden's rep, I'm asking for $50 a year. And if you're the Lions, you can't have a discussion of, well, he was double teamed after all. Your job is to play through it. Your job is you're paid quarterback money to be that difference maker. Now, here's the thing. Before any of you call in and yell, Rico and I said it may take some time for Aiden to rev the engines. First game in a year, off a broken leg. Let's see it. A lot of you guys yelled at us for that. Oh, you're haters. No, we're not. We're adults. We're realistic. Now, do I think Aiden and this team will look better this week? Yes, because the Bears were not a well-organized product last night. They were another one of these teams that it looked like a dress rehearsal. And I didn't like what I saw from that offensive line. So if you do not look really good against the Bears, the alarm bells are going to go off for me. And I do expect Aiden to play really well. I do expect this defensive line to have a much, much better performance. Because if you don't, you stink. Period. I watched every snap of that game last night. Play really well or you stink. And that's it. But I want to know what you guys want. Because to me, I don't want to hear about, well, we'll just have to get help from other places. You refuse to get the help. In fact, you rubbed fans' faces in boo-boo for suggesting it. Oh, geez, are other markets like this? Oh, why are you angry that we have Aiden? These are your GM's comments. And your move was to double down on Prestige Worldwide, Marcus Davenport. Like, that's what we're relying upon. Well, how'd Davenport play? According to your head coach, not very well. And I can't fix that Aleem's not here. I can't fix that Pascal's gone for a month. These are all known things, though.
Right. No, I mean, it really does. You got to come out here. You got to beat the Bears.
And they will.
Because
they will beat them.
Okay.
The Bears, unless the Bears pull a 180, they are not ready to go on the road into Ford Field and do this. Caleb on script, excellent. When Caleb got off script and the game got away from them, not excellent. I also don't know the status of the Bears' top two corners and TJ Edwards. They all missed that game last night. If they're coming here shorthanded on the back end, and they didn't pass protect at what I deem to be an acceptable level, yes, against Brian Flores. Rico, if you don't play well against this team this week, you stink.
True, but the Bears may be saying, okay, well, look at the Lions interior, and we can come after.
Okay.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe on cash or tickets, you just take the under for this game.
No, I stay as far away from this crap as possible. David, your thoughts, ticket text? What do you got for me?
Yeah, it just amazes me, the thoughts and the comments from Dan Campbell today, because I thought they were good. I thought the entire offseason they felt comfortable with what they had. And now after week one, there seems to be a little hesitancy there of saying we need to do things differently. We need to get it from other areas. And
well, it also doesn't help on third down when you got Aiden dropping back in pass coverage once. You had Davenport.
That should never happen again.
I think there was one play you had them both dropping.
Yeah, that should never happen again.
Yeah.
When they first did that in that game, and I'm seeing Aiden drop back on a third down, why would you ever do that? That should never happen. He's your pass rusher. Well, never mind. I'll leave Aiden alone. But yes, that's a problem when you're already saying it after week 1. It can't be said. You should have done some things in the offseason. But I'm not going to repeat myself. I've said it all summer.
Fair enough. Take a text. We'll get some of the callers as well. And then I got that Kawhi Leonard stuff too. Go ahead.
Yes, regarding the Lions, $40 million is for those who beat doubles. $5 to $8 million is for players that need perfect one-on-one situation. Hutch needs to decide which one he is.
Look, he's a really good player, but I get tired of the constant defense mechanisms in this town. I know you love him. I know he's a hometown hero. I know he played for U of M. I know half of you paint your faces at night when you go to bed with your wife. Cool. The point I'm making is we have to be adults about it. I can both say he's a really good player and he didn't play really well. Okay? And now we try it again. And I'm actually okay they didn't get a deal done. Go earn it. Mm-hmm. Oh, but it could cost him more. I don't care anymore now. Parsons reset the market. It's pretty clear Aiden's people want something that starts with a 5 in front of it, right? Go earn it. I'll be the happiest guy in the world for them to pay him because it means he probably had an 18-sack year and he was an all-pro. Good with it. But it can't look like it looked in week 1. And I'm not going to do this crap where there's always a caveat when he doesn't play well. What are the caveats for Goff? Half this town wants to throw Goff in a wood chipper because of a guy named Hendon Hooker. How did that era go? No, all Goff has done is play like a Pro Bowler damn near every week for 3 years.
No. But when they lose or they look bad, if you had a mobile QB, then, you can run different types of plays.
Right. I'm relying on Aiden to be the difference maker, to be the guy that breaks the scheme. That's what he's going to be. That's what he's paid to do now, and it's what he will all very likely be rewarded handsomely to do. So we got to stop adding these caveats.
Yeah, either you get it done because, if you're going to make $45 to $50 million, there's no excuse.
And you got to do it against good O-lines.
Yeah.
Okay? It can't just be against the Bears or the third-string tackle of the Seahawks or a tight end one-on-one against the Bucs last year. Come on.
Mike, you know what? Like Micah Parsons, when he beats Penei Sewell, that looks impressive. Why? The 2 Hall of Famers going at each other.
He wasn't doubled, bruh. No, he was facing the best singular tackle in football. Guess who failed on that play? Penei Sewell. Yeah. You don't get help. Not with the money you're paid.
And Kevin and Celine believes those comments. He says, I think it is Dan Campbell calling out Hutchinson a bit by saying you're not going to get much. You have to do your job.
I expect it all to look better this week. I'm going to remain calm. I just didn't like the comment. Oh, we're going to have to get it from the other side. With who? With what? They refused to do. All I wanted to do, in essence, for all the people that would get angry at me, I'm investing in Aiden. Do you know what Aiden would look like getting a one-on-one? Do you know what it would look like if you had the balls to go get Trey Hendrickson and put him opposite Aiden? It would have been devastating to opponents.
That's why I said go out and draft one because he's going to be under a rookie contract, and you don't have to worry about paying him for another 3-4 years.
Well, they did. We got El Hassamin. Okay, then. It's football season. You ever drive a football field 55 blindfolded? No, that's a terrible idea. It takes 4.6 seconds. That's how long it takes somebody to respond to a text while driving. Plenty long enough to kill you and your family. So why don't we get good life insurance, shall we? Mike Prepare National Benefit Plans. He's got 30 years of experience. Call 877-734-2200. Mike shops over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. Guarantees you the best possible rate. In the event of a tragic car accident or a devastating diagnosis, your family's covered. Call Mike Prepare now, 877-734-2200, or on the web at nbphealth.com. Remember, National Benefit Plans would like to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, I want to get to the callers. Guys have been very patient, and then I do have these. I've got something on this Kawhi Leonard thing that, to me, is a death sentence for Ballmer and the Clippers. And I think it's a interesting sports note. But we go to Jason first, 97.1. Jason, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, my favorite program, Sparty Radio.
Oh, you know
Thank
it.
you.
Total ass kissers for the green and white over here. What's going
That's
on,
right.
Johnny
Jason?
Spartan coming up at 6.
That's
after
right.
us.
Well, I'm also a fan of the Boomer and Valente show as well every week,
Well,
so
thank
at least
you,
during the season.
Very nice. What's on your mind?
Anyway, yeah, being a Spartan, I'm not slappy. I demand excellence rather than blow sunshine. But I said before the season that Childs has to be the reason that we win these 50-50 games, and, not be the reason we lose like it was the case against Boston College last year. In the first half, or after the first half, I was ready to drive a U-Haul to take him to the portal. I mean, some of those throws he had, the receivers made great catches versus to those passes being on target where they could do something after the catch. But, hey, he came through in the second half, and I felt bad about my surly first half attitude. So, good job. But again, if we're going to be 8-4 and 9-3, again, games against the Nebraskas and the
USC.
Indianas of the world, he's got to be the reason.
Yeah, and look, Jason, we talk about it in the NFL, and I hate doing this because it means Rico has won, but it's college football is now NFL light. If you're paid to play, we are allowed to have the expectations attached to the money you're paid. Aiden Childs is going to have to carry this team, otherwise it's wasted money, period.
Right.
So, yeah, I think win 3 of the next 4, and you've got my attention. And anything other than that, you're on your way to 6-6 or 7-5, and it's not interesting to me.
No, I think if you win 3 of the next 4, you may even wake up on a Sunday morning and find a little number next to their name. It's going to take something. You're going to have to go on the road and probably beat USC in order to get the attention of the nation. But, yes, I like the fact that, it looks as if Aiden Childs may have turned the corner.
Can you raise some money for defensive linemen, please? You do that for me?
I got wide receivers, Mike. That's on the list for next year.
David, you got anything left at the general fund down at Greater Life?
Not for Michigan State.
Okay, then we'll go to Bill, 97.1. Billy.
It's for Cass Tech.
Bill, what's up, man?
How we doing?
Good, Bill. What's on your mind?
So a little bit on the Underwood thing. So for me, Sharon is coaching scared, specifically because he's coaching for his job. And this is what I'm trying to say with that, is that if he gives Bryce the keys to the car, and this isn't the Ferrari that JJ had in years past, because this Ferrari, that Ferrari had a little stallion emblem on the dash, so every time you pressed it, you kind of got the play the other team was running.
Uh-oh.
So a little bit leg up for it, but he's coaching scared because if he gives him the whole playbook, so to speak, then he's going to go 6-6. Best case scenario, because he's a true freshman, and he's going to be a true freshman making mistakes. If he manages the game, he's probably going to win 8 games with this pathetic schedule that we have. So he's going to want 8 wins because he gets to kick the can a little bit further down the road, because it buys him next year as him being able to coach. Because if he wins 6, the cult of Schembechler, which I'm a part of, I should say, is going to want him out for it. I am a grad, but I'm not one of those insane grads. So I wouldn't say I would want him out, but most of my cultists are going to want him out a year from now. And the problem with that for him is that if he is going to be out, he doesn't have a choice to go anywhere else because of the show cause.
Correct.
He has to coach scared because he has nowhere else to go. Unless Jimbo pulls him up to, some kind of assistant position further up, there's nothing for him in the college ranks. So he has to let him just manage the game because it buys him another 2 years. Because next year he plays rough, then you're on the hot seat. If you go on the hot seat this year and then he's not the second coming of whomever you want to place there next year, he's gone and he doesn't have another option to move on to.
What, there, Bill? That's a hell of a way to look at it. I mean, I'm not here to fight you on it.
No,
that sounds completely toxic, mind you. But
it's a great perspective.
That's a very interesting perspective by Bill.
That he can't get fired and he has to kick the can, and that means, yeah. David, do you agree?
I do. I just told Kenny that I've heard that language being spoken after the Oklahoma game.
Let me offer you something. And I think this is a death sentence for Steve Ballmer and the Clippers. Now, I know there's no accountability in this world. So Kawhi Leonard's demands to the Toronto Raptors in the summer of 2019, when he became a free agent, have been unearthed. Why would that be a death sentence to the Clippers? Ready? Mm-hmm. Demand number one, aside from a max deal. The max deal was the assumption. A trade for Paul George, or I don't sign. Wait a minute. The Clippers traded for Paul George. An extra $10 million in sponsorship income, bluntly stating, quote, "We don't want to do anything," close quote.
So $10 million just for nothing.
Wait. It's alleged the Clippers offered him a no-show job for that money. Now, this is where it gets really wild, and we'll get Kenny's attention. Partial ownership of the Toronto Maple Leafs. But wait, there's more. An ownership stake in other companies affiliated with Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment. Guys, what are the odds that their demands that were made to the Raptors weren't made to the Clippers? And the fact is, the Clippers did some of the very same things, including the alleged no-show job, including the trade for Paul George. That's the canary in the coal mine. It's right there. And Ballmer's appearance on SportsCenter was a disaster.
Yeah, sometimes you just probably need to just fess up and own it because, it looks like those numbers are going up and up of all the no-show money that he made.
Am I crazy?
No.
Or does that not kind of nail the Clippers to the wall?
It's funny because it's the professional version of the Tennessee McDonald's bag. Where he just showed up. Oh, here's $10 million. Thanks for joining the team.
The point is, if
we're going to circumvent the cap.
If they put those demands out to the Raptors, what's more believable? That they would only put those demands out to the Raptors, or that was the standard demand made on any team who wanted Kawhi? And remember, in the summer of 19, after an NBA championship and being the singular best player on the planet for that playoff run, Rico, it's choice B. They made those demands to everybody, and the Clippers were the ones to say yes to it. Just thought you'd find it interesting.
I do, because what's the NBA going to do to the Clippers? Because
it's a violation of the salary cap in every way, shape, and form. And for Ballmer to say he has no idea what is going on or how that – oh, by the way, that company allegedly defrauded him. No.
Are the Clippers blue blood enough that the NBA won't touch them?
No.
If it was the Lakers, I wouldn't expect anything.
But every other team needs them to be hit hard. They can't sit here and not do anything, and other teams just, we'll do the same thing. Remember what was it, Joe
David, I've seen
day.
it in other sports, and you know what? You get slapped on the
my
wrist.
point is, he asked for stock from MLSE. That's the exact stock package he got from this aspiration company that Ballmer was a keynote investor in. They met every demand, the very demand they made to the Raptors. That's as guilty as the day is long.
No, it is. My next step is what happens next.
What, Ballmer will be suspended for game 3 and 4?
Yes.
So he can coach at his alma mater?
Yes.
And a fine?
Yes.
Is that am I doing it right, David?
You know what? You won't be there. Yeah. You'll miss, a couple of games, and that's it.
I just wanted to pass it along. To me, that is a smoking gun if I've ever seen one. All right. Football today?
Yeah, let's
97-1
today. You know what? In sports, there's a lot of change. Rosters are rewritten. Players, teams come and go. But no matter what changes over the next 5 years, there's one thing that you can count on. That is the price of your internet to remain the same. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. One single internet price guarantee for 5 years. Life is unpredictable, but the price of your internet shouldn't be. With the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee, you'll get 5 years of their most reliable Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment included for a price that remains exactly the same. I mean, all in means all in, right? And with your Wi-Fi equipment and unlimited data included, don't be that friend who has the bad setup that's lagging and buffering. We've all been over there watching the games with them. It's not fun. Xfinity brings you all the best games all in one place. Plus, with an enhanced 4K, it feels like you're right there in the stadium. When the game is on the line, you need reliable internet connection and a reliable price, and that's Xfinity. The Wi-Fi is booming. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today.
So we've gone through week 1 of the NFL. We've talked about a lot of teams, but there is one team in particular we have not discussed yet.
Yes.
The New England Patriots.
Disgusting.
What happened to them on Sunday, losing to the Raiders 20-13?
Stop
offensively?
right there. Stop right there. Let me do. I want to do a kindness for Mr. Rico Beard.
I yield to the senator from Troy.
No. I want to salute your godson. The singular best player on the field was crusty old ass Geno Smith. Geno Smith balled out. He went back to West Virginia, Geno Smith. He did the backyard football crap. Multiple plays, throwing back across the middle late. YOLO.
So he's not dead yet.
In fact, alive.
Okay.
And he played outstanding because the running game wasn't there. Look, man, credit. And shout out Mike Mayer. Didn't even know he was still in the league. Geno Smith is what happened. He dropped his you-know-what right on the Patriots' head.
Shout out to Pete Carroll and Geno Smith.
Shout out R.L. Beard, his favorite player. That's what happened. Geno Smith happened.
So the Patriots not done?
They are not done.
Okay.
But that was bad.
Yeah, it's just week 1.
That just made it a lot harder to get to the 9 wins, I thought.
That is definitely true. 2 teams we have discussed. I want to bring them together with this story here. We know the Dolphins are trash. They look like trash. Couldn't do anything on Sunday. Kansas City, though.
Mm-hmm.
They lost Xavier Worthy, suffered a dislocated shoulder in the game in Brazil. There is no timetable currently on his return.
Yes.
Tyreek Hill was upset in Miami. Should there be a reunion with Tyreek Hill and the Kansas City Chiefs?
I'll step aside. I'll just tell you can't go home again. Rico.
And I would say it's probably a reason why Kansas City has not tried to really do anything to get him to come back. Because I think if Kansas City really if Andy Reid wanted him back, I think that they wouldn't have hesitated when he was trying to hold out and do everything. But like, you know what, come on back home. But I'm with you, Mike. Sometimes it's addition by subtraction. Hey, guys, we won without him. So why do we need him back here? Exactly. You know what? You took the money. You went to Miami. Enjoy South Beach.
So, Rico, I owe you an apology. Yesterday, you asked me a question about the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I immediately said, nope, they're not good. No playoffs.
Jabril Peppers, and then you changed your mind.
I rewatched some things last night, and I wore my Mike Tomlin
Brought to you by
here today for a
Mastercraft
reason. Should
Heating
I
and
not
Cooling. Per
be
Penguins
excited?
beat writer
I
John
think they're gonna
Yoshi.
make
The Red Wings are the biggest trade target for
Negative,
defenseman Eric
David.
Carlson.
We stinking. Oh, my goodness. We're going to David, yeah, I think we all undersold Aaron Rodgers. He's a weirdo, but Aaron Rodgers at 70% is still better than some quarterbacks in the league, Mike.
I think you both need to lay off the ketamine.
Yeah.
You listen, the Jets were down their best O lineman and still ran for 200 yards. They should have beat you, except for the Jets. No.
But they didn't because Aaron Rodgers.
No, because the Jets fumbled a kickoff, and then the Steelers' Boswell hit a 60-yard field goal, which I'd like to raise something. I'd like to state for the record, as much as I hate kickers, they've gotten too good. We need to do something about these field goals. I'm tired of now 58-yard seeming routine.
You want to know why? I think the NFL didn't realize that by moving back the extra point, they had to get good. Because just to kick an extra point, you have to be accurate.
Here's my proposal. Much like a putt-putt course, I'd like a windmill or a clown's mouth instead of uprights. You want to kick from 60? Bob, get the windmill. And I want that. Kick through that.
Yeah,
I've had enough.
But how is that any different than the tush push? Like,
It's awful. Get rid of it.
Should make the uprights rotate.
Yes.
Quickly in a circle.
Or make them like the old Arena Football League, like 3 feet wide. You want to kick from 60? They have retractable roofs. They should have retractable goalposts. The depth in which you're going for a kick, raise the difficulty.
Right, but Mike, that is taking away from something that they do well, and you should be rewarded.
They're not football players, so I don't care.
They are football players.
No, they're not.
If your season comes down to whether somebody makes a kick or not, they're football players.
No. It's like they're barely people.
They are. I hate them. I hate kickers.
You think Buffalo doesn't think that Matt Prater's not a football player? Yeah, he won them the game. They literally picked him up and carried him off the field.
I don't care. Next.
Speaking of
It's
kickers.
easy. The guy weighs 120 pounds. They may as well have lifted a Rat Ortiz Jr. off the field. They're basically jockeys in helmets.
Speaking of kickers, that leads me right into this here because the return rate has gone up. They changed the rule where touchbacks are now going to the 35-yard line. So now they're kicking the ball shorter. And now there's 75% return rate in week 1. It was 32% in week 1 last year. Are you excited to see kickoff returns return?
David, I am, but they're going about this so ass backwards. Or you just go back to the way kickoffs used to be. No, it's better now. It's really not.
I just want the clown mouth or the pinwheel.
You're back to this
That's
again.
all I want. I don't care about kickoffs anymore. It doesn't matter.
What if you could hit the button and the goalpost narrow?
That's what I want, like a retractable roof. Oh, you want to be a smartass?
Oh, it slowly goes in.
Yeah, you're going to try to win the game from 60? Okay, here's an Indiana Jones trick.
See, I would say the opposite. For 60, I would leave them there, but when you're kicking like a 25-yard field goal, no. We're going to narrow that thing down.
Yeah, it should just be like the quarterback challenge.
Yes.
You get where they got to throw it through the hole.
Yes.
There you go. Kick it in this zone.
Right.
Make it like Topgolf. Anything to make a kicker's life harder. That's what I want.
I'm still shocked as no coach has just said, we're just going to go for 2. You're going to give us the ball right there on the 2-yard line? We're just going to go for 2 all the time.
Tomlin had his moment with that a few years back.
Yeah, then he stopped doing it.
Yeah, because it never worked.
Well, I wasn't going to bring up that part. So I want to give ownership and ownership group some credit here. We always talk about when they build stadiums, how they're always getting money from the citizens.
Mm-hmm.
Well, in Denver, they announced that they're going to be getting a new retractable roof stadium in Denver, but it will be privately funded.
Oh, okay.
No taxes will be taken from the people.
But wait, there's more.
Now, hold on. It's the Walmart heir. The Walmart's got they got more money than Bezos.
But that's my point.
No.
They could have very well still taken money from the people.
David, I'll believe it when I see it because at some point they're going to need something from the people because they hit a snag. And you know what? Extra $500 million and we can get this thing finished early if you guys vote on this.
Isn't each Walton kid who owns Walmart they're all worth over $100 billion each?
I believe so.
Yeah. Wow, how benevolent.
But again, they still could take the money from the people. That's what they always do. They're doing it in Cincinnati. They're doing it in Cleveland.
And you know what? Fine, you're right.
And I'll say this. At least Denver's doing it the right way.
What's that?
A retractable roof stadium.
That's not the right way. You're Denver. You play outside.
No, but it allows you to either or.
Oh, to do concerts and things?
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah, they'll play most football games outside, but if it's some driving rain and you actually need this game and you got a bad
snowstorm
quarterback,
comes through.
You know what? Let's close the roof. Yes, every dome stadium should be. I thought Ford Field should have done that. They didn't. They should have.
Houston's is opening up next week. It's going to be sick.
I just saw it when I, you know what?
Forget it. We need to get our reservation in now.
Brother, that Rizzo's been there since 01.
Put it this way. When the Tigers hit 91 games, that's where I want my dinner to be.
That is
you got it.
in football today.
There's a lot of basic stuff on a daily basis. Like when David's got to go all over 17 different football fields to pick up the kids, it doesn't leave a lot of time for dinner. That's where Hungry Howies can help you. Pepperoni pizza with the Kennicott Ranch crust. That is their new offering, and it's good until the 14th with a 25% discount on any menu item. So if you're running around town, you just don't have a lot of time, let Hungry Howies get you taken care of. Simple and easy, 25% off any total order. You can order online, in store, or by phone, all the ways. Just do it now. Check the menu at hungryhowies.com and take advantage of the offer before it's too late. All right, David, a couple of ticket texts. I know Rieger's here because I can hear him. What do you have?
Yeah, Rieger's here. I just yelled at him.
Okay, excellent.
So he's definitely here. Someone says, completely agree with your take. Dan Campbell has come to the realization that the D-line is not good enough. The problem is the offseason's over. Something should have been done earlier.
Let's not write the full story after one game. It's okay to be critical of it. I expect it to look a lot better this weekend. The Bears are not ready. They're not ready to play. Not with what I watched last night. But were you? No, you weren't either. But you've got a Fort Knox of talent compared to them.
So you're not the slowest. You're just slower. You're faster than the slowest.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that sounds right.
This one's to you, Rico. You want a retractable roof in the city? Well, we never got the LED roof for LCA, so how you think we're going to get a retractable roof?
We never got the Houstons at Ford Field.
You're right. We didn't get the LED roof that could say, go Lions, go Tigers. Yeah. You know what? We do have the Spirit of Detroit. You can put a jersey on that.
That's right.
Glad the Lions are acknowledging it, but they should have realized the D-line wasn't good enough this off season. Someone else says Hutch and everyone has to be better. The O-line is more important than another rush. Trade for a starting guard or center now. Okay.
Yeah, that's not how this works. This isn't Madden.
Well, the Eagles are making a lot of trades midseason.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Eagles operate a different way. I mean,
they just got a backup running back.
They got Tank Bigsby from Jacksonville because Will Shipley got hurt in the opener. Their backup running back goes down, and they go, nope, not doing this. We're going to go and get a high-level guy. And they went out and got Tank Bigsby. But I'm a bad guy because I like Howie Roseman. Okay.
How dare you like another GM? Someone says, thank you. I agree completely and have been saying this, but people around here talk about Hutch like he's Reggie White, and we don't need anyone else because Hutch is here.
It's just a weird departure from really good player. I'm really happy to have him here. And it's like, then when you put the expectation on it and the guy doesn't have a big-time game, it's okay to say it. Doesn't mean you don't like the player. But you got to stop absolving things. Also, the other thing that irked me, too, did you guys see his post-game? Or not post-game, but the comments he made?
Hutch.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure everybody's talking bad about us and doesn't believe in us anymore. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Dude, you guys lost to the Packers. You got garbage canned. It's okay. Like,
that's called projection, Mike.
Right, but I love this whole no one ever believed in us routine. Hutch, you've never been on a team where everybody didn't kiss your ass. Everyone loves U of M. Everyone loves the Lions. I'm sorry, what hardships have there been? Like it's like when the Warriors won the championship. Nobody believed in it. What are you talking about? Everyone loves you.
Yeah, nobody believed in us. Signed Georgia football.
Oh, God almighty. Yes, that one. Oh, the doubter. What doubters? You guys were favored in every game.
Double digits. You're ordering chicken wings in the middle of the game from the field.
You're throwing TCU's dead body into holes you dug in the middle of the third quarter.
There will never be another power flex move than the players actually ordering wings from the field.
Correct.
As the game is going on.
Yes, Rieger.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
Super.
I enjoyed the Hutch topic. Very good radio. I also I found myself wondering this driving in today. What's the setup for you tonight? Yankees, Tigers. Are we getting a pizza?
No.
Is it going to be on the big screen? You're going to break it down? I mean,
no.
He's going to be sitting there in his Judge jersey.
No.
All rise.
First of all, the Tigers are largely awful to watch, so I'm out on that. Wake me for the playoffs.
Okay.
And they're not playing good baseball.
No, the Yankees are, though. The Yankees are.
I know, but I'm a Yankee fan. Guess what? Wake me for the playoffs. Nothing else matters. World Series.
Can I ask you another question?
Sure.
I saw this on social media. I thought to myself, Mike would know this. Do you know there's a roll call guy at Yankee Stadium? Are you aware of this individual?
No. What are we talking about?
He stands in the outfield and he gets the entire crowd to chant like Aaron Judge.
Super.
Ben Wright. You don't know this guy?
I don't. I don't care, and I automatically don't like him. He's like the idiot who used to bang the drum in Cleveland. Don't like him either.
He makes announcements. There are going to be no waves in this section, but you have to follow his lead if you sit in that section. Yeah. I was just curious if you knew about that.
No.
Are you serious?
Yeah. There's video. I'll show you a video.
Right. So the
Yankees, it's obnoxious.
No. The fact that this is on somebody's resume and he's proud of
So
it.
the Yankees have a Johnny Spartan.
That's exactly what it is. It's like the dude that starts the wave at every other game, but this guy hates the wave.
No.
Instead, he chants players' names.
Jeff, honestly, Tigers are just not playing good baseball. They're not a good watch right now.
I agree. And the funny thing about it is their pitching is so horrendous that I have no idea how they're going to do anything in the postseason. So we'll find out.
That's why I just want to get to the postseason. They're very fortunate they're in this awful division. Otherwise, the way they've played the last 70, 80 games, somebody would have caught their ass.
No, you're right about that.
But there's no one capable here.
Yeah, the Guardians and the Royals.
This division is St. Leo's homeless shelter.
The only thing I keep thinking, though, is once they finally clinch and let out a big sigh of relief,
They start playing good ball again?
Yeah, maybe it's like 2006, and all of a sudden they catch fire.
That's why I just show me the playoffs.
I agree. I mean, what do you got, 18, 19 games? Season's way too long.
You know what? Here's the good news for them.
Yeah.
We're all focused on the Lions.
That's a good point. Yeah, we're going to talk Lions.
Nobody's paying attention.
Leading up to Tiger baseball, Tigers, Yankees, we'll talk Lions.
Done.
All right.
Next.
Good talk.
97-1.
All right, you know. You know what? Football brings out all the emotions. Is why we love the game. But if you're feeling like your bet doesn't hit and you got hung out to dry by your old sports book, that's a feeling of the past with the game day guarantee with Fanatics Sportsbooks. Here's how it works. Every single game now until October, new customers can get up to $100 back in fan cash if your football bet loses. Guaranteed. And new customers can also bet $10 to get $100 in fan cash. Think about that. If you're betting with Fanatics, you're winning. Whether you're winning your bet or you're winning back money in fan cash that you can use for anything in the Fanatics universe like apparel, tickets, bonus bets, and more. Why risk it with other sports books when you can simply switch to a sure thing every single day?